PASCAL. You are now rocking with that dude Pascal. We be going wild, Haitian in the building, so original. Got the haters catching feelings. Get your hands up to the ceiling and keep them held high, cause St. Louis is ready. Forget about it, goodbye. Hold on, we just saying hi. Five somebody, rise up. Weekdays, catch us live, somebody, let's go.
Good afternoon, good evening, and good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Pascal Show. We got some breaking news. We got some big time breaking news, and this is just crazy. There's going to be a few things I'm going to say, right out the gate before we get started with everything, because honestly, I'm just going to keep it real, because I know how people are going to be coming in here, saying certain things, acting a certain way, reacting in a certain way, and all of that. And I have to be honest. You know what? Before we even get started, before we have the music in our feels and all that stuff, let me just say this really, really quick. I don't care what political side of the aisle you stand on. This is not how we solve problems. This is not how we handle things out here in these streets. This man, hey, I may not agree with things that he says. I may agree with certain things that he says. And there's a lot of things. It doesn't matter how polarizing this person is. Going after somebody like this and trying to take them down is not the answer at all. It is not. So I'm just going to say that right now, because it doesn't matter. Imagine, because I know some people are going to be like, some people are rejoicing. I'm just being real. And those are some bad people. Okay? Those are some bad people. But imagine if this happened on somebody else on that you support. Let's just say if you are rejoicing this, think about this. What if this actually happened to somebody on your side of the aisle that spoke to your political bias? Put yourself in that moment for a second. Would you be happy? I'll answer that for you. Hell to the no, you won't be happy. You'd be angry and you say, wait, why is this happening to this person? So just saying that really, really quick, okay? Because this is not right. All he does is get on the microphone, just like everybody else. He has the right to speak. Doesn't mean that I have to agree with it. But at the same time, let's be real. This does not help this situation. It doesn't. It only makes the situation worse. It only makes the situation worse, y'all. I'm just being real. Okay? I'm just being real. Okay? So, yes, I know, dude, trust me, like I said, there's things that I'm not a Charlie Kirk fan. I am not a Charlie Kirk fan at all. Okay? I think you guys could figure that out if you've watched this show enough times. We've covered Charlie Kirk in the past, but I'm not trying to find him at a speaking event and doing this to him. He has the right to speak whatever he wants to speak. That's his right. But what is happening here is very sad. Okay? It's very sad and should not be happening. Okay? Should not be happening. Let's get into this. So do me a favor before we get into everything. This is crazy. Here's the other thing. I'm sorry, I don't mean to put it, I keep on cutting out the feels, because this is some crazy stuff, because you don't understand, guys. You don't understand. I'm hoping that you guys are seeing this and hearing this and seeing what's going on here and what this could possibly snowball into. This could snowball into something worse. This is not good. This is not good at all. We're going to talk about that, because the potential of this being worse and getting worse is not good. All depending on who the assailant is. I got to be real. Okay? But this could be an opportunity to augment certain things that don't need to be augmented. I need to make that abundantly clear. All right? So real quick, do me a favor before we get into everything. Please do me a favor. Hit that like button down below. Hit that reaction button if you're watching on other platforms. There's a lot of coverage going on, so we're going to jump right into it very shortly. Don't forget to hit the follow button. Follow. If you've been watching on this platform or any of these other platforms, make sure you are following, okay? Of course, don't forget to subscribe on my YouTube channel. We cover everything from true crime to politics to pop culture and all the mucky in between, okay? So make sure you are subscribed. You have the notification bell set to all. If you want to support the channel, I really appreciate that. Hit that join button down below, please and thank you. Check out my Patreon and, of course, check out PascalMerch.com. Okay, guys. Okay. We got to get straight into this. Violence is not the answer, y'all. Violence is not the answer. I don't care if you agree with the guy or don't agree with the guy. It does not matter. This is not the answer. This is not the answer. This is only stoking the flames. Okay? This is only stoking the flames, fueling the fire and making things worse. Okay? But here it is. For those y'all who don't know and aren't reading the title, just jumping on because you like the show, I appreciate you. But here's the thing. Conservative activist, political pundit, founder of Turning Point USA, Charlie Kirk. Controversial, very controversial conservative, Charlie Kirk was hit while speaking at a university event. Now, as of the start of this show, I do not know how he's doing, okay? I'm sure there's going to be some updates here. We're going to find out more information here soon, okay? But nonetheless, he has been hit. He was speaking at a University of Utah or Utah Valley University, I think. I'm sorry if I'm saying the title wrong, but he was at a university event. He was speaking. Shots rang out. Apparently, he clutched his neck. And then the crowd ran off in a panic. There wasn't a whole lot of information right before I started this live about his condition, if he's okay, etc. All we know is that this dude got hit. Okay? This man got hit. We're going to find out more information. And apparently, yeah, I haven't even seen the video, y'all. Miss Gloria on YouTube just said, I saw the video. It's graphic or very graphic. I haven't seen the video. And I don't think we're going to be seeing the video on this show due to its graphic nature. But still, we are going to be talking about this. Okay? It's okay. So I'm seeing it on TikTok. People are like, yo, this is bad. It's all on Twitter. It's bad. It's all over it. It's all over TT. Yeah. I haven't seen it yet, y'all. Okay. Unfortunately, I might have to watch it off camera or, off screen and describe it to you guys. But what I described just a second ago, he's speaking, shots rang out. He clutched his neck, allegedly. And at the same time, the crowd dispersed in spread and chaos. Okay. Crazy. But you don't understand. This is, like I said, I know some people are like, he's a racist. He's like this, that, and the other. Trust me, I know. Shoot. I know. Okay. But this does not answer. This is not the answer to anything. This does not solve any problems out here. Okay. We must proceed with peace and love and find ways to speak to each other in a more diplomatic and loving manner so that we all can coexist on this planet. That's it. You got to understand what's going on in DC right now. Think about what's going on in DC. Oh, by the way, this happened in Utah. Now, I don't know the city or the town that he was in. Okay. But here it is. He's in Utah. So this ain't like some blue state. Okay. Let's be real. It's not a blue state. But I'm wondering how the administration is going to react to this situation. You don't understand. This could be this could turn into something else. Okay, this could augment into something worse. And yes, this happened at a very red state. Someone just said it on TikTok. It's a very red state, not a blue state, a very red state. You don't understand. Not trying to fearmonger. I'm just throwing some reality all up in your face real quick. And the potential of what this could transpire into that I don't think any of us want to have happen. Just something to think about. And it also depends on who the assailant is, because we all know about that too. Because things have been becoming very east side, west side, for lack of a better term, right? Has become very red versus blue, white versus black, etc. All depending on what happens here. This could transpire into something very bad. This is not the answer. Just getting that out the way. This is not the answer to any of our problems. This just makes it worse. People should not be out here celebrating and rejoicing. This is not good. Period. I don't care if I don't agree with his political views. I still know he's human. Still know that he's a father. Still know he has a right, just like I do, to speak how I want to speak about, how I want to speak, just like how he wants to speak. So this is not good, okay? Because this also could inspire other people to try to do other things to other commentators, political pundits as well. Think about that too. On the other side of the political aisle. Think about all that, guys. Think about all that before you start going onto your QWERTY keyboard and start commenting and going, yeah, ding dong, the whatever, you know what I mean? Like I said, this is not answering any of our problems. It's not. It's making it worse. Let's get into this, guys. Let's get into this. So, Charlie Kirk, the CEO and co-founder of conservative youth organization Turning Point USA, was hit. We got to use these code words just so you guys know, okay? Just ride with me, all right? Was hit Wednesday at a event. So he was hit today at a Utah college. Turning Point said. They said, we are confirming that he was hit, and we are praying for Charlie. So this is what the public relations manager said from speaking on behalf of Turning Point USA. And like I said, this video apparently is graphic and scary as hell because he's up there, he's speaking, and some crazy lunatic decides to come over, pull the trigger, which apparently he got hit. He definitely got hit. How severe is the hit? I don't know. I'm seeing in the chat on TikTok. Hold on. Before we continue, hold up. Hold on. Oh, man. Oh, he's okay. Okay, I got a couple things. Sorry. There's a rumor saying that he's gone. There's a rumor that he has passed, but I have yet to see anything showing proof positive that he is gone. Just so you know, okay? I'm keeping an eye out for it, but there's a few other things that we're talking about, okay? Or there's a few other things I want to cover, and then we're going to get to where we are right now, okay? So please do me a favor, guys, if you can get, it helps get the algorithm, this story and this out to the algorithm. Please do me a favor, hit that like button down below. Don't forget to subscribe, hit that reaction button. If you're watching over here, that'd be greatly appreciated. Let's get into this because I see a bunch of y'all on both platforms, on all these platforms. And so we got to get straight into this, okay? This is absolutely knuckin' futz. Just to be completely real. So video posted to social media from Utah Valley University show Kirk speaking into a handheld microphone while sitting under a white tent with the slogan, "The American Comeback," and "Prove Me Wrong." Now, we've seen the "Prove Me Wrong" thing before. Okay, if you know anything about Steven Crowder, he kind of started that whole thing. You know what I mean? He'll be like, "There's only two genders. Prove me wrong," right? And so other people have been doing that too, especially on the conservative, on the Republican side. So Charlie Kirk was basically doing the same doggone thing. Then they say a single shot rings out, and Kirk can be seen reaching up with his right hand as a large volume of red gushes from the left side of his neck. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. So stunned spectators are heard gasping and screaming before people start running away. So the Associated Press, the reading with what I'm reading right here, the article I'm reading right here, was able to confirm the videos were taken at the Sorensen Center country yard or courtyard, I'm sorry, on Utah Valley University campus. So I was right. It's Utah Valley University where this all went down. So he went over there. He did a whole "prove me wrong" thing. Remember, he's a political pundit. Okay. First off, he's a political pundit. He also is a content creator too, because he has his own, like, his podcasts and shows and all that stuff too. So I get it that he would have like a spot where he'd be doing the "prove me wrong" situation. Now, it could be a situation where he was actually doing the "prove me wrong" segment of his show, and people were walking up to a microphone, and he could have been debating certain liberals, right? He could have been, debating. Could have been anything, like, I don't know, something heavily political that gets both sides absolutely riled up, right? Think about it. So he's probably sitting there going, "Oh yeah, blah, back to back, doing his tete-a-tete with liberals, right? Debating with these liberals." And then maybe this particular person walked up to the mic and pulled the trigger. That's possible. Now, I haven't seen the video yet. I'm going to probably see it off camera and I'll describe it to you guys. But still, this is crazy. And this is also something that all the guys that do this kind of shtick, because it's a shtick, with all due respect, it's a shtick, they better be very fearful and very cautious now, because now you got people that are going to be inspired to possibly do this again. So when you got the Steven Crowders of the world, etc., doing their whole "prove me wrong" segment, their shtick, it's a shtick. It is. It gets views. It gets people going. And a lot of conservatives do it, right? But they need to be very cautious now, because now you got to be very worried about people doing stuff like this, showing up to a place, okay, and trying to do something like this, because there's plenty of people that don't like Steven Crowder, right? At least when we speak on the conservative side, okay? But this is a thing that they do, the whole "prove me wrong," that kind of thing, right? So again, this is not good. Good golly. Good God. So Kirk was speaking at a debate hosted by his nonprofit political organization. There it is. So he was standing there or sitting there doing his "prove me wrong" thing, okay? And he's having a bunch of liberal kids, I'm sure, college students coming up and be like, "I don't agree with you." And he's like, "Well, I don't agree with you. So we got something in common. We don't agree with each other, baby. So let's debate." The event had been met with divided opinions on campus. An online petition calling for the university's administrators to bar Charlie Kirk from appearing received nearly 1,000 signatures. Now, I want you to know this. This is very common. This is a tale as old as time. Like, I'm being real. And it's not just Charlie Kirk. It's a bunch of other conservative pundits that do this whole prove me wrong segment. This is true. They will come in like, I see it like Ben Shapiro does it too, right? A Ben Shapiro will be showing up to, like, I don't know, like the likes of NYU or Harvard or something like that. And students will literally do an online petition begging the university to shut down his speaking engagement or to shut down his little, whatever he's going to do, right? His prove me wrong or little debate that he was going to do. You see what I'm saying? So this is a thing. This is normal for Charlie Kirk. Real talk. He's controversial. So the university issued a statement last week citing First Amendment rights and affirming its quote unquote commitment to free speech, intellectual inquiry, and constructive dialogue. President Trump and a host of Republican elected officials offered prayers for Kirk on social media. We must all pray for Charlie Kirk, who has just been hit. A great guy from top to bottom. God bless him. And this is what Trump posted on Truth Social. This tragedy, this incident comes amid a spike in political violence in the United States across all parts of the ideological spectrum. The attacks include I don't know if I can say this, but the assassination of a Minnesota state lawmaker and her husband at their house in June. Remember that? We covered that as well. The firebombing of a Colorado parade to demand Hamas release hostages, and a fire set at the house of Pennsylvania's governor, who is Jewish, in April. The most notorious of these events is the situation where Trump almost lost his life at a campaign rally last year. Remember that as well? No, thank you. So apparently a former Utah congressman who was there at the event, also Republican, said in an interview on Fox News Channel that he heard one shot and saw Kirk go back. It seemed like it was a close shot. And apparently he seemed to be shaken as he spoke. He said that there was a light police presence at the event, and Charlie Kirk had some security, but not enough. Utah is one of the most safest places on the planet, this former Utah congressman said. I want to repeat that again. Utah is one of the most safest places on the planet. And so we just don't have these types of things. Turning Point was founded in suburban Chicago in 2012 by Kirk, who was 18 at the time. Okay. But Kirk's zeal for confronting liberals in academia eventually won over an influential set of conservative financiers. Now, that is true. He just got on the mic and started debating people, right? This is the stuff. This is what's going on. Ba, 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 right? You don't, like there's only two genders. Prove me wrong. Okay? Etc. Yes, everybody please be kind to each other in the chat. Please and thank you. Okay? I can't control what everybody says in the chats, guys. Sorry. Just, you're just going to have to ride through it. I'm sorry, guys. Because you know what? I'll be honest too. You're going to hop over to another live. I guarantee you there's going to be people out there acting a fool and saying crazy stuff on all platforms right now. I can't control that, guys. And I got a lot of mods and I got amazing mods, but they can't control it all. Okay. That's a lot of control. All right. We'll do our best, but at the same time, it is what it is. I'm sorry. Okay? Just everyone, please be nice in the chat. Okay? That'd be greatly appreciated. Moving on. I wish this whole room was filled with nice people, right? But unfortunately, it's not going to be that case. Okay? People feel some type of way about this, and that's what it is. Okay? I'm doing my best here. This is all breaking news, and we're going to keep it moving. All right? Let's get into some more info. And then, of course, we got some live feeds and everything, so we are going to talk about that as well. But again, like I said, they have not said anything about him being gone. They have not said that he is passed on. Let me just make that abundantly clear. They have not said anything about him passing on. If he is gone, that's news to me. That will be news to all of us as we cover this and continue going down, as we continue going on. Now, real quick, I do want to see this video. Let me look at this video really quick. All right. Let me see what's going on before we go into everything else. And yeah, there's, oh my. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Whoa, 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 whoa. 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 Oh, that's terrible. Oh, it's bad. Oh, it's bad. It's bad. Oh, it's bad. Oh my God, it's bad. Oh my God, it's really bad. Oh, it's really bad, y'all. I want to curse so bad. That's bad. Wow. That's bad. That's insane, y'all. Okay. Give me a second. I need to see that again. I need to see that again. Okay. Let me, that just threw me off. Wow. 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 Wow, 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 wow. Okay, so let me explain what happened. All right. This is terrible, y'all. This is not something this should not be happening. Period. Okay. Oh, I will not be showing that. Trust and believe I'm not showing that. Oh God, no. But I will describe it to you. Okay. It's a 5-second clip. There was no warning. And there was no warning for him either, right? So he's sitting there. He is doing a whole prove me wrong. He's like in a tent that looks like, you know what? I'm not going to show you the video. Oh, good God. But I can show you a still. And I'm not showing you a still of the aftermath or the moment. I'm just showing you what you see. Okay? Like the tent, the setup. I'm not pressing play on this mug. Trust and believe I'm not. And I'm going to make this quick. So it's right here. You don't see anything, okay? I've seen the video now. It's out now. Now it's forever burned in my brain, okay? This is what it is. So he's sitting there. There's he's in the tent, kind of the whole prove me wrong tent. So clearly there's cameras. There's definitely cameras in the area, okay? Because he's doing his thing, okay? This is part of his podcast, part of his show, all right? So he's doing the prove me wrong tent. People, I'm sure, walking up and talking to him. Now, I haven't heard the sound on this. This is only 5 seconds long. So, of course, it's like, it's bang. Like it's fast. Now, I'm going to take it down. I want you to know, seconds after this. Man, seconds after this. Wow. Okay. Seconds after this, a shot rings out. And his whole body reacts. He's not clutching his neck. Hold on. Yeah, he's definitely not clutching his neck. Oh, I don't think he made it. If he made it, I'd be shook. Then science, hell yeah, doctors. Hell yeah, medical science. But I don't know. Because if you saw what I saw, they would have to react. They would have to get to him so fast. Because as soon as he gets hit, it's literally, I'm just going to do this. If you get what I'm saying, it's blah, like that. Now, if he's in critical condition, then I hope he gets through this, because this should not happen. Okay. This is not how it should be going down. I'm just being real. Okay. And if that means, if you think I'm being a supporter or something like that, then you out your damn mind. No one deserves this. Period. No one. This is crazy. I'm just saying, imagine if this was somebody you support and love, or if you do support him, it's still crazy, right? Now, Paula just said this, he's stable for now. Reports are saying he's stable for now. If he is, then I'm thankful, because this kind of violence should not be on somebody just because he doesn't agree or he has opinions. I'm just being real. I got opinions. I don't want to get hit just because of my opinions. You feel me? That's terrifying, y'all. That's terrifying. That is terrifying. Let's get into some more info. Man, it like bang, and he's just doing this. He's slumping over. He out. Okay? That knocked him out. Have mercy. All right, we got some more info. Wow. We got updates and all that. We're going to NBC News real quick. Okay? Yeah, I'm not showing that stuff. I'm not showing you guys the videos of stuff. But apparently this is another angle that's going on, and you guys can see it right there. I know you guys can't see it, okay? But if you want to see the stuff that I'm looking at, by all means, hop over to my YouTube channel. Okay, it's called The Pascal Show. Hop on over to my live show. We're streaming over there too, okay? If you're watching on the TikTok, all right? But still, crazy. We're going to look into some stuff, because apparently I'm reading in the comments, which I got to take everything with a grain of salt, but they're saying there's certain things saying about the wrong guy in custody. We'll see if that's actually true. All right. So videos online show him recoiling after getting hit. All right. Videos circulating across social media show the moment that he actually a shot is heard in the crowd. He was sat in a tent, which was part of his American Comeback Tour logo, when somebody pulled the trigger. He physically recoils, slumping down in his seat. Then red is seen flowing down from his neck, and the crowd audibly panics and begins to run. They say the suspect is in custody. So if they have the wrong dude, that's news to me, okay? But they say a suspect is in custody, and police are investigating this tragedy. Utah Valley University told students in an alert this afternoon. Trump addresses this situation, which I've already read, but he said, we must all pray for Charlie Kirk, who has been hit, a great guy from top to bottom. God bless him. Utah Valley is the state's largest public university. So while BYU, the University of Utah, and Utah Valley are probably best known schools in Utah, UVU calls itself the Beehive State's biggest public university with more than 46,000 students. The school was established in 1941 as Central Utah Vocational School, as Central Utah Vocational School, and renamed Utah Valley College in 1993. Okay, we don't need to know all that information. We just give a damn about what actually happened to Charlie Kirk. So elected officials react to the reports of this whole situation. They're asking for prayers, thoughts, of course, for Charlie Kirk's family. Lawmakers on both sides of the aisle react to reports of Charlie Kirk, that he had been hit, with many sending prayers to Charlie Kirk's family. Please join me in praying for Charlie Kirk. This is what Senator Grassley from a Republican in Utah, in Iowa, said in a post. Marjorie Taylor Greene even wrote in her own post that Charlie Kirk has been hit. Pray for him. Several other senators who were in and around the U.S. Capitol during this tragedy reacted to the news. Charlie is a very good friend of mine. It scares you. It scares you to death for he and his family. This is what another Republican senator said as well. Of course, a lot of people are praying that he's going to be okay. Among notable Democrats, Gavin Newsom also weighed in on X. The attack on Charlie Kirk is disgusting, vile, and reprehensible. In the United States of America, we must reject political violence in every form. And I agree 110%. Another senator also posted about this tragedy, writing on X, saying that this whole thing was very horrific. Another senator said the news that Charlie Kirk was hit while speaking in Utah is shocking and horrible. It's an example of political violence that has no place in our country. Of course, more and more people are thinking of him and his family. Senator Murphy, a Democrat from Connecticut, he was giving a speech on the Senate floor this afternoon and was addressed reports of the actual tragedy, saying, we are all horrified watching images and following the news out of Utah. And we are sending all of our thoughts to Mr. Kirk, to his family, to survivors there. And it's not only just Kirk. I mean, obviously he was hit, and that is absolutely terrifying for sure. But yes, what about all the students? What about all the people that were there? You know, they were all in harm's way as well, right? This is traumatic for everybody, including his family, including all the people that were there, that were a part in seeing this whole situation go down. It's terrifying, right? Absolutely terrifying. So, of course, for those of y'all who don't know who Charlie Kirk is, I mean, I know a lot of y'all already do know. If you're watching this show, you already know who Charlie Kirk is. But they say a prominent young conservative activist. He's the 31-year-old conservative activist and father of two who helped found Turning Point USA, a prominent nonprofit that activates conservative youth on school campuses. A well-known supporter of Trump, and a close ally of many in his circle. Kirk spoke at the 2024 presidential convention just days after an attempt on Trump happened, okay? So just so you know a little bit about who he is, if you didn't already know, okay? Of course, Charlie Kirk and Trump working, you know what I mean? Kirk is a hardcore Trump supporter. Trump, they are friends, right? They know each other. Like I said, if you got someone of the likes of Charlie Kirk speaking at your event, you clearly rock with him, right? CNN just reporting the suspect not in custody. And this is our girl Malaya, all the way down from Australia. All right. So what? They don't have him in custody? Wait a second, because I just saw a video. Before we continue, I just saw a video where they show, First off, yeah, there's all kind. Yeah, unless this is another guy. This is what they're putting out here right now on the internet. They're saying that this is the guy. Older gentleman.
That's the right to remain silent.
So do they have the wrong dude?
That's the right to remain silent.
You see that? Now, I know you guys can't see this, but okay, YouTube channel is called The Pascal Show, okay? The Pascal Show on YouTube. Hop over there, check it out. We're here. We're looking at a lot of video, a lot of live video over here, okay? But if you want to stay here, you're more than welcome to, okay? Just giving you guys all the breaking news, etc. Okay, but soon we will be looking at some live feeds here in just a little bit, and you won't be able to see or hear anything, okay? Just so you know, okay? But stay here if you want to. But please, guys, every last one of y'all, please follow the TikToks, okay? Follow the TikTok page. That'd be greatly appreciated. And please, if you're watching on YouTube, make sure you subscribe. This is breaking news. This is crazy, okay? And this is wild, okay? Kaz said on YouTube, let me read this really quick. So read a report that said the suspected assailant was in full black tactical clothing and hasn't been arrested. Not sure how reliable that is at the moment. Yeah, I'm wondering. And Malia, thank you so much for the update. I appreciate that because you are confirming something. So again, if the assailant has not been found, this is nuck and futz. But people are sharing this right now. This video that I'm showing you guys right now you can see it on YouTube, by the way. It's called The Pascal Show. Hop on over there. All right. This is an elderly man he looks like he damn near wearing flip-flops. Okay. He's in shorts and a white shirt, balding with a, male pattern baldness with glasses on. You know what I'm saying? Looking like he's about to go see a Jimmy Buffett concert right now. Okay, so this is what people are sharing right now, saying, "Oh yeah, this be the dude," but he's not. He's not the suspect. That's very interesting. So who's the dude? Who's the assailant? I think that's what we all would like to know. Hold on, guys. I'm getting as much information as I can. Okay, because this is some crazy stuff. Okay. This is some crazy stuff. One second. Insane. Let me go back over here to NBC. Let's see if there's new updates because there was reports that the guy was detained. I'm telling you right now. Right before I went live, I read that they said that the guy was detained. The assailant was detained, but now they're saying no. I mean, or now we're hearing, you guys are telling me that it's not true. So interesting. I guess we're going to have to take a lot of that with a grain of salt for right now. So witness describes a loud shot and a bunch of red. Okay. So Justin Hickens said he was about 20 yards from the actual incident. All right. So he said that he saw Kirk get hit after the shot rang out during that event. I guess we could take a look at this.
We have a witness now who's joining us by phone. His name is Justin Hickens. He apparently was at the scene of the shooting. Justin, what did you see? What did you hear?
I was about 20 yards away on Charlie's left. I had gotten there probably just a few minutes before noon. It was.
I just want to point out something really quick. This is massive. This is a massive turnout. Okay? Massive turnout. So there was no security checks? None?
There was thousands of people there. Unfortunately, there was no metal detectors. There was security by Charlie, but, anybody could have shown up with whatever, unfortunately. And I happened to kind of maneuver my way down close on the side. And the first interaction probably took about 10 minutes. It was a religious-related exchange. And then there was someone who stepped up, ironically, coincidentally, who asked a question about mass shootings. And about 60 to 90 seconds in, we heard a big loud shot. I saw a bunch of blood come out of Charlie.
Okay, we got to pause that for a second. First off, they said that there was no security checkpoints. So it's not like they had metal detectors or anything like that to make sure that this particular person was, you know what I mean? What? Hold on. Let me make sure. You guys are saying RIP. Hold on. You know, you guys keep saying RIP, and I'm like, is that 110% true? Is he really, did he really lose his life? All I'm seeing as of 11 minutes ago, this is Yahoo News saying this right now, just so you guys know. They're saying Kirk is in critical condition. Law enforcement officials tell Associated Press. And this is So Yahoo News is quoting Associated Press. And Associated Press is saying that he's still in critical condition. So if he's gone, I have yet to see anything about that right now. And I'm looking, and I don't see anything about that. But the way he took that hit, I wouldn't be surprised if he did lose his life, because it is graphic. That threw me off. So I'm looking at, like, I'm checking the New York Times. I'm checking CNN. I'm checking NBC. I'm checking everything, guys. Fox News. I'm checking everything right now. And I don't see anything about him actually being gone. Okay. Hold on. There's a new update here. Let me see. So they say off camera, guys, just so you know, I'm sorry for this, but like I said, this is breaking news, guys. Okay. So I'm just going to give you guys, what is going on. All right. So they say Broadcastify audio details Charlie Kirk's situation. Right. So they say you can hear the moment when this tragedy ensued. So they say UVU, which is Utah Valley University, by the sound reported one individual was shot. Unknown where the actual assailant went. This is what is being reported by CNN right now. Now, if they do not know where this guy is, then reports of the assailant being arrested is not true. Okay. News Nation is also saying he's in critical condition. Thank you so much, Sean B on YouTube. So they're saying that as well, y'all. Okay. So he's still in critical condition. Okay. And I hope he pulls through. I'm going to be real, because this is not how anybody should be going out. No one should be going out like this, period. Okay. And yes, there is a video, and we've all been, well, I just described it to y'all. Hold on, let me see this here. Yeah, that's what's so weird. Now, of course, this is, they say that someone has actually been arrested, right? That the Daily Mail said that somebody was arrested. All right. So that's what I mean. Some places are saying that he was arrested and some places are not. Now, this is also what I'm reading you guys is Broadcastify the, what police are saying to, what the first responders are saying to operators and all that stuff. So at that time, they're saying, they don't know where this assailant went, but then later on, I'm sure they found him, right? But it's crazy that this guy was wearing all black tactical gear. And then what we heard in this video right here, okay, there was a bystander that said there was very minimal, if not any, security for this event, except for the security that was standing around Charlie Kirk. Then someone or a conversation about mass tragedies, if you get what I'm saying, mass pews, right? Was talked about, and then 60 to 90 seconds later, that's when that shot rang out. Let me repeat that again. Apparently, they were having a conversation. He was debating somebody, it sounds like. And somebody said in the conversation something about mass tragedies. And then 60 to 90 seconds later, a shot rang out. And then, of course, now he's in critical condition. Just so you know. So either it was a person that walked up and said something and was talking about these mass tragedies, or he brought it up out of a coincidence and then got hit. Okay? Mike Schulz announced his demise. Oh, come on. You serious? Malia, did you find that on X? Did you find that on X? Let's see. Man, this is crazy. This is crazy. Let me see here, guys, real quick. This is crazy. Yeah, people are saying that yeah, I need to see if this is actually, because this Mike, because apparently, excuse me, they're saying that the speaker of the Utah Speaker of the House, or whatever, Utah House Speaker, I'm sorry, the Speaker of Utah's House of Representatives, Mike Schulz, is confirming that Charlie Kirk passed, but there's also other people that are debating that and saying that Mike Schulz is not. Well, no, they're saying Mark. Okay, hold on. Hold on. But that's the thing. There's no confirmation of that. Where is he actually saying that? Because that's where I want to see. I'm seeing Mike Schulz right here. If this is the guy. The only thing that Mike Schulz has put up so far is something where he was like, hey, I'm praying for the family, basically, is his post, right? He does not confirm nor deny anything about the demise of the potential demise of Charlie Kirk. So somebody out there is saying something and misquoting him and saying that he said something that he didn't say so far. Okay. He's still in critical condition, guys. I feel like major legacy media would be all over this and saying, yes, he's lost his life, that we would see an update so fast about that. But we don't see that right now. Okay. But real quick, of course, there was an active assailant. This is, if you really think about this, this is a school tragedy. I want to remind you this really quick. This is a school tragedy. This is a school pew-pewing. For those of y'all who don't know, this is another school pew-pewing. Why? This happened on campus. Another one. You realize that, right? Sure, it wasn't in class. Yes, this was very targeted, clearly. But this still happened on school campus. This is a big problem. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, the video is very bad, guys, of him getting hit. It's really bad. It almost looks fake. It almost looks fake. And no, hold on. Time out. I'm not trying to say, okay, that it's fake. Okay. I'm just saying that it just looks so, it's so real. It looks so fake. You know what I mean? It's so graphic. It looks fake. Okay. Like a Martin Scorsese movie or something like that, or Kurosawa movie or something like that. It's just insane. A crazy horror flick. It's insane. Hold on really quick. Let me get some of this real quick. Okay. So beautiful messy ball. What's up, girl? How you doing? Love the photo. I saw it just a second ago. But there has been another school incident in Colorado with 3 injured. While this happened, that's just insane. That's insane. And we'll probably have to talk about that when as soon as this show is over. You know what I mean? This keeps happening over and over and over again. And now you got a political, they say a conservative activist here getting hit like this. And we don't know his condition. Is he alive? Is he well? What's the story? We don't know. Right. And when we get that news, we will let you guys know. Okay. News Nation is saying the suspect is still at large. We're going to look at that. I'm sorry for pausing on this, but I'm reading you guys' comments and I'm just trying to do all the research all at the same doggone time. Okay. So if you guys can do me a favor, all right, this is a simple, very, very simple ask. Please do me a favor. Hit the like button down below. Okay. So I see a bunch of y'all in here. That would really be appreciated. I'd love to get it to 1K if you're watching on the tubes, on the YouTubes. Okay. And don't forget to subscribe here. Of course, if you're watching on TikTok, subscribe or, follow. Of course, I have to say this too. Please make sure you are following me on my Facebook page, The Pascal Show as well. Make sure you're getting that too, because I'm putting out a lot of articles and a lot of posts that are going on because, some things are happening so fast that I can't cover it all. Okay. So that's like your news feed right there. You can trust that, get as much information as you can get in that moment. So please consider following, subscribing, and of course, go to my Facebook page, follow that Facebook page immediately. Okay. Corey, thank you so much. Yeah. What the F too, man. What the F is right. Okay. Eddie, thank you so much for your support. I appreciate you for the whole month. I appreciate it. Welshie, welcome to the family. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay. Emily, thank you so much. Someone in chat said there was a press conference. We're going to look at it. We're going to look for it. Okay. And Shella, thank you so much for becoming a member. Okay. So let's continue rocking and rolling. Cole just said Turning Point UK. Okay. Posted that he's alive and fighting. Good. If that's the case, then that's good. Okay. But let's continue on. I'm going to see if there is a press conference because we need to see that too. And for those of y'all who can't hear over here, hop over to the Pascal Show on YouTube and you'll be able to rock and roll and see everything that we're watching here. Let's go.
His body kind of kick back and go limp, and everybody dropped to the ground. And luckily there were no other bullets sprayed into the crowd because nobody was really able to go anywhere. It was just like a big, open pavilion, amphitheater, outdoor venue. And, lots of screaming, lots of yelling, lots of bodies on top of each other. And after a couple minutes, people got up and started kind of running, getting out of there. There were some gates, some barriers that had been pushed aside and knocked over, and people were able to move. And I started to move quickly, and then kind of realized that I said, I think we're okay. And I kind of stopped walking away, and I kind of turned around, and all of a sudden I saw officers walking with this very elderly gentleman with white hair, and they had him arrested, had him on his knees.
And this is the guy that we just saw, right? This elderly gentleman with white hair, male pattern baldness, glasses, white shorts, blue shirt. That has to be the guy. It's got to be. Right? Let me see if I can confirm that here really quick. I'm sure they got a photo of the dude or something, but that's the guy. It's got to be. Yeah, a glorified Larry David. okay, on the way to go see a Jimmy Buffett concert. Okay, let's keep it a bean. All right, that's how he was dressed. At least that's what it looked like. But if that is the guy, that's interesting. So that man is not the assailant. Interesting. So maybe they got the wrong guy at the moment. Let's see. Let me play a little bit more. Let me see what's going on over here. Okay.
He was screaming about, his rights and all that stuff, and they cuffed him and put him away, and about 20, 30 other people just said, yeah, that's the guy. That was the shooter, and people had said that they had seen him there early. He got to the event really early. Was kind of walking around talking to a lot.
Okay. Now we got to take this with a grain of salt. I'm just going to say right now, because I already know half of the room is going to lose their minds as soon as I say where this news source is coming from. But I'm going to say it anyway, because again, this is very interesting. So don't at me. Don't get mad at me. All right. I'm just reading what's being said in the news. And as of 24 minutes ago, you weren't wrong. Malia was not wrong. Shout out to Malia. Okay. Shout out to Malia from Down Under. She said the suspect not yet in custody. So they're saying that the suspect what in the is going on, man? Come on, y'all. Suspect not yet in custody. This is 24 minutes old. Fox is also saying that too. Stop. They freed Larry David. Yeah, they said, love your show. Keep writing. So apparently that's what happened. So the dude is still out there? What in the F is going on? What is going on? Hold on. That's insane. So suspect is still on the loose right now, y'all. Suspect is still on the loose. Sorry, guys. Like I said, people are saying, oh, certain things, blah, blah, blah. And then it's like, well, you know what I mean? You know how it is. The information runs rampant, especially when it's a big breaking story like this. And people say things that aren't true, right? I'm going to look at Fox News too, so we can keep it even, because I know some of y'all be like, well, this is CNN. Well, they're saying this, and this is shocking information. Let's take a look at this, and I'll look for Fox's update as well. So 26 minutes ago, they posted this, all right, from CNN. They're saying the suspect in this tragedy, okay, in this attempt on Charlie Kirk's life, is not yet in custody, according to a spokesperson for Utah Valley University, despite the school saying earlier police had someone in custody. So yeah, we saw older white gentleman with white hair, male pattern baldness, Larry David look alike, okay? He was in custody. He was detained. They let him go, I guess. They must have. They probably had the wrong guy. And that's probably why the old man was like, hey, I know my rights. I know my rights, right? Because he probably didn't do anything. He probably was just standing right next to the guy. So we can confirm that Mr. Kirk was hit. But what we don't know is his condition. The suspect is not in custody. I want to remind you guys, this is 27 minutes ago. So now they're saying not only do they not have the suspect in custody, they don't know Charlie Kirk's condition right now. 27 minutes ago. The suspect is not in custody. I repeat, the suspect is not in custody. Police are still investigating campus investigating. Campus is closed for the rest of the day. This is what the spokesperson for the school, for the university said. Initially, the school said the suspect was in custody. But that is wrong. This suspect is still out there. He's still kicking rocks out here, breathing in this freedom air right now. That's not good. So Kirk, who was invited by a student group, was speaking Wednesday afternoon when this particular assailant fired from a campus building. What? Oh, damn. Oh, my damn. Yo, this is insane. I thought, whoa, yeah, this dude was from somewhere else. He was from 200 yards away from Kirk. What? Hold on. Breaking news. This definitely was a setup. You just heard, this was a setup. Oh my God. Hear me out before y'all start tripping, okay? And I'm sorry, I made you trip. Sorry, I'm just reacting big time because that's insane. Let me explain, okay? We just heard from an interview, and I'm going to play it again so you guys can hear it, okay? For all y'all in the nosebleed seats, this is definitely a setup. The setup, not the event. The incident was a setup. So they knew, of course they knew that he was going to be there. They set this whole thing up. Now, hear me out. You got a guy firing from a campus building 200 yards away from Charlie Kirk. He was sniped, y'all. He was freaking sniped. While they're in the interview, doing the whole prove me wrong piece, right? He's doing this whole prove me wrong piece. Somebody came up and there was a mention of a mass tragedy, mass shooting. Okay? 60 to 90 seconds later, this is what a eyewitness said. 60 to 90 seconds later, a shot rang out. And then he got hit. This wasn't a situation where somebody walked up to the mic and was debating with Charlie Kirk, and then he got into his fifis, pulled out the pew-pew, and started blasting. No. Somebody came up. They were talking. Apparently, there was conversation about mass tragedies, and you know, we get a lot of them. Apparently, there was one that happened in Colorado today. 3 people lost their lives, apparently. While he's having that conversation about mass tragedies, within that conversation, he gets sniped from 200 yards away from a campus building. This at least is what they're saying right here. That's insane. I don't know if it's definitely a pro, Christina, because if you really think about it, what happened with Trump, where he got his ear clipped, that kid wasn't a pro. He was just a kid that just did a lot of practice. So this was planned out, y'all. He was set up. Straight up set up. Shoot, man. This is crazy, dude. This is crazy. Okay. Let's continue on. And I'm going to look at Fox News too, because I know some of y'all are like, this is CNN. I understand. We're going to look at both sides. Don't worry. But diggity damn. And you saw that if you saw the video, how his body reacts, that was a pretty powerful shot, if you get what I'm saying. Sheesh. So they say the university campus is closed, okay, and they canceled school until further notice, understandably. Let's be real. You had an assailant somewhere in the mother-loving campus pulling the trigger on a political pundit. Damn right that school is going to be shut down until that assailant is caught. Here's the other thing, too. This is when they start using every single surveillance video, every single camera, every angle, everything all the way up the wazoo to make sure they can get this assailant. And do not start school at that school. Do not start classes in that school until that mother lover is caught. Because this is crazy. Hold on. Apparently there's a new update. So, and I know you guys are all saying, certain people are saying that he's gone and all that stuff. I don't have any confirmation of that yet. Okay. But he got hit. He got hit hard. Okay. Now, this over here is saying this is a photo like right before he actually got hit. Hold on. Let me just see. Now, yeah, there's a lot of things, and I just don't know how reliable some of these like X accounts are. So there are people saying that Charlie Kirk is gone, but I have yet to see him actually like the confirmation. Hold on. I'm looking at a few places. So one thing, according to TMZ, Fox 13 Salt Lake City has spoken with an official from the university who said the school has surveillance video of the actual assailant leaving campus. So that's actually good. So hopefully they're able to follow that guy, maybe follow where he goes. You see what I'm saying? Now I see Chloe on YouTube saying, Fox has confirmed it. Let me see. We haven't looked at Fox News yet, so let's take a look at that. I mean, hold on. I don't see it. Where Fox News is saying that. Hold on, guys. I'm getting as much information as I can, guys. It's information overload right now, so I'm doing the best I can. Hold on, guys. Just give me a little bit of grace, and I got you. Let's see. Oh, damn. Well, according to Fox News, it has been confirmed as of 4 minutes ago. Charlie Kirk has indeed passed away at the age of 31 years old after this whole shooting that happened in Utah Valley University. According to Fox News, they are saying that Charlie Kirk has indeed lost his life. So I repeat, breaking news. Charlie Kirk, conservative activist and founder and president of Turning Point USA, has indeed lost his life after being shot. Let's take a look at this. So it says Turning Point USA founder Charlie Kirk has passed after being hit. We got to use these code words now, guys. Okay. At an event on Wednesday afternoon at Utah Valley University. President Trump confirmed Kirk's passing in a post on Truth Social. And that's what I was looking for. I was looking for the post. Okay. But he says here, the great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. This is what Trump wrote. He continues saying he was loved and admired by all, especially me. And now he is no longer with us. Melania and my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife, Erica, and family. Charlie, we love you. So, of course, we already know that while speaking at this event, shots rang out, and now he is no longer here. Let me just tell you guys something, okay? Let me just say this really quick. Breaking news again, Charlie Kirk is dead. Breaking news. I have to urge everyone to be respectful. Like I said earlier, it doesn't matter if you liked his political views or not. How this particular person lost his life is not the right way to go. This is terrifying. And see, I see this potentially turning into something volatile right here on American soil. This is not something that we should be out here, praising and rejoicing in the streets. This is somebody who had opinions that I may not have agreed with, but those are his opinions. Should he have lost his life because he had differing opinions than mine or yours? Or yours? No. And yeah, sure. Some of y'all think, some of y'all believe certain things about him and the most, paint him in the worst way possible. I get that. But does that garner how he left this planet? Does that justify how this is going down? I'm telling you right now, if it's happening to the people on the right, what do you think is going to happen to the people on the left? We must keep ourselves safe. This type of violence does not answer any of our problems. It doesn't. It makes things worse. And sure, I might be sounding a little preachy, like I'm standing on a soapbox, but I'm saying something that is innately true. We must find ways to speak to each other and handle situations that might be polarizing with respect and with peace. But I'm telling you right now, you don't think that this situation right here is not going to stoke the flames of some people? It's not going to inspire hardcore conservatives, radicalized to go and do something unthinkable to some left political pundit? Better yet, even more terrifying, this actually happened. Charlie Kirk is no longer here. In the most egregious and most heartbreaking and most worst way. You don't think that can embolden some more, radicalize more on the left to do more to people on the right? I'm telling you right now, guys, this is a recipe for disaster. This doesn't bring peace. This brings more chaos. It's terrible. Our country really is going to hell in a handbasket. And I'm not saying that to be funny. We need to be better, y'all. We definitely need to be better on both sides of the aisle. Let's continue on, though. This is terrible, guys. This is terrible, and we should be worried. We should be worried. This is a potential for some seriously bad things. And then think about how the right now. Let's just think about the Republicans right now, how they're reacting to. Let's just talk about Irina Zarutska, for example. You got a monster like DeCarlos Brown Jr. going on to a train, got voices in his head, right? And you got a Ukrainian refugee going on to the train, a little bit after him, just getting off of work. Her name is Irina Zarutska. She sits down right in front of him, in the row right in front of him. And then, because whatever's going on in his mother-loving mind, this career criminal, this violent career criminal, pulls out a weapon and brutally attacks that woman. Now, yes, DeCarlos is black. The woman is white. But if you notice, first off, we talked about this in a video already. And I already put in my 2 cents about the situation. But that whole thing became heavily politicized. And now you have this tragedy that just happened. Now it's a conservative pundit, an activist for the conservatives. You don't think that there's going to be some sort of retaliation? You don't think that they're going to use his face, his likeness? Like I said, this is a recipe for disaster, y'all. Okay. So yes, let me just say this again for those of y'all who are just getting here. Okay. Breaking news for everyone who's here one last time. Charlie Kirk has lost his life after somebody sniped him, y'all. Crazy. He's 31 years old, husband, father, the founder and the president of Turning Point USA. Definitely a prominent voice in the conservative sphere, political sphere. He has now lost his life. I mean, I'm telling you right now, get ready for a gangload of, you're going to hear it all from like the Matt Walshes and the Ben Shapiros. Shoot, you might even get Candace Owens speaking on this as well, as long as she doesn't go completely off the planet and go into some weird conspiracy theory or something crazy like that. But for a fact, everyone on the Glenn Beck, okay, Megyn Kelly, all of them are going to be speaking on this. And rightfully so. I'd be terrified too. In fact, liberals on the liberal side, speakers on the liberal side, even the ones that are radical, even the ones that are bombastic, they should be terrified too. This is a recipe for, this is going to be bad, y'all. I pray to God it doesn't get bad like what I have in my mind. But you already know where we're at right now. Things are already volatile. This could be the tipping point, and that is not great. Damn, man, damn. So, Unwise, thank you so much. Chloe, thank you so much. Okay. Yes, beautiful messy ball as well. Yeah, they're still actively looking for this guy. So we're going to be hopping over to the live, but to some live feeds and everything, because this is nuts. Charlie Kirk has passed away. I actually need to put that as a banner here really quick. Let me just type this in really quick, guys. This is terrible news. Crazy. So that everybody can see it in the chat if you're watching on YouTube. But for those y'all who are just finding out and just rolling in right now, Charlie Kirk, political pundit Charlie Kirk, has lost his life. We're going to continue on, though. Let's see if there's anything more from Fox News. In fact, let me see if they're saying that on Fox News, if yep. So they're saying here, 25 minutes ago, Utah Valley University confirms suspect initially in custody has been released. So that old man that we saw is not the guy. So they still don't know where this guy is. All right. So a spokesperson for Utah Valley University told Fox News Digital, again, I'm just reading the same thing that I read over on CNN, over on Fox News, because I know some of you guys getting your political fees. Okay, you guys get, some of y'all getting your political feelings about what periodicals I'm reading. So I'm reading both on the left and both on the right. Now I read it on the left. I'm repeating it again on the left. They are confirming that it was with tremendous sadness, or they are currently, investigating in conjunction with the Orem Police Department, Utah Department of Public Safety, and FBI. So they are still looking for this person. Okay? We're asking those still on campus to secure in place until police officers can safely escort them off campus. So again, this is insane. This is insane. Hold on. And of course, this is old news, but they're saying that he was in critical condition after this tragedy. Okay. But that's nuts. That is nuts. So a suspect was in custody shortly after the tragedy, but now they're saying that that guy is gone. He has been released. This is crazy. Okay, I'm sorry. It's like the only words I can think of is this is crazy, this is nuts. You know what I'm saying? Like just this whole, just reacting to this whole doggone thing. This is just absolutely shocking. All right. And again, of course, Trump did put out, he did put out a tweet. Okay. And again, I'll say it again. He says, the great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me. And now he is no longer with us. Melania, and my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife and family. Charlie, we love you. We're gonna continue. Let's see what else, what other updates we have. Let's see what we got. Yeah, man, this is freaking crazy.
Passes.
Actually, I do want to play that part one more again for you guys. I know you're not going to be able to hear it, but I just want everybody to hear this one more again. The interview where, you know, of them saying there was minimal security. There was a conversation about mass tragedies, and about 60 to 90 seconds later, a shot rang out, and then he lost his life. Okay. And I don't recommend you seeing that video, y'all. I do not.
There was thousands of people there. Unfortunately, there was no metal detectors. There was there was security by Charlie, but, you know, anybody could have shown up with whatever, unfortunately. And I happened to kind of maneuver my way down close on the side. And the first interaction probably took about 10 minutes. It was a religious-related exchange. And then there was someone who stepped up, ironically, coincidentally, who asked a question about mass shootings.
You hear that? I know you didn't hear that, but he said at first there was an exchange about like something religious, like a religious exchange. Then somebody else walked up to him and asked him or brought up the conversation about mass tragedies, you know, mass pew-pews, okay? Something that we deal with every single day now, it seems like, right? That's what he just said. This is an eyewitness to this whole situation, okay? And just so you know, the suspect that they had in custody is no longer in custody because he had no connection to this whole situation, just so you know, okay? Yeah. I doubt that the shooter is actually Black, African-American, brown, even. He may just be, or she may be white. You just never know. But again, anything is possible, okay? This particular assailant allegedly was pew-pewing from a building. So whether or not he was Black or not, it don't matter, because he's not going to be seen as suspicious if he's hiding out from a hanging from a tree or hanging from a side of a building or leaning in through a window. You see what I'm saying? So like I said, it don't matter. He's not going to stick out like a sore thumb if he's hiding in a building. You know what I mean? If he's taking aim from a building, you feel me? So again, we'll see. Who is this person? They say they have security cam footage of him leaving the actual campus. So hopefully, like I said, they're following all surveillance videos leading to where his final destination is, right? Because this is nuts. But let me play the rest. He said someone came up. He had an exchange with somebody that had to do with something religious. Another person came up, made a question about mass tragedies. And then...
And about 60 to 90 seconds in, we heard a big loud shot. I saw a bunch of blood come out of Charlie. I saw his body kind of kick back and go limp. And
60 to 90 seconds later, a shot rang out. That's it. Like that. They should be asking and talking to the person that walked up to him and conveniently, coincidentally, walked up to him and asked him about pew-pewing, mass tragedies. Who's that person? Because that seems pretty choreographed, don't you think? Think about it. A person walks up and coincidentally says, maybe, what are your thoughts on mass tragedies, Charlie Kirk? And he's like, well, this is what I think. And then suddenly 60 to 90 seconds later, he gets hit. They need to interrogate the F out of that guy or girl, Yeah. Isn't it ironic, Alanis Morissette? Don't you think? Come on now. It's too on the nose. It's very, it's like the whole Malcolm X thing. Get your hand out my pocket. And then what happened? It's very choreographed. So this is very interesting, y'all. I'm going to play a little bit more.
Everybody dropped to the ground, and luckily there were no other bullets sprayed into the crowd because nobody was really able to go anywhere. It was just like a big, open pavilion, amphitheater, outdoor venue. And, lots of screaming, lots of yelling, lots of bodies on top of each other. And after a couple minutes, people got up and started kind of running, getting out of there. There were some gates, some barriers that had been pushed aside and knocked over, and people were able to move. And I started to move quickly, and then kind of realized that I said, I think we're okay. And I kind of stopped walking away, and I kind of turned around, and all of a sudden I saw officers walking with this very elderly gentleman with white hair, and they had him arrested, had him on his knees. He was screaming about, his rights and all that stuff, and they cuffed him and put him away. And
let me be real, okay? Let me be real. Seems like that's the elderly gentleman was released, so he has nothing to do with it, okay? Has nothing to do with it. He's been released. But now this person is still on the loose. So let me see if there's any more updates. I might circle back to this again because, of course, that is a crazy, crazy situation. But of course, now, NBC News is confirming his passing.
We are coming on the air with breaking news right now and an update on conservative activist Charlie Kirk. President Trump says that Kirk has died after he was shot from a nearby building about 200 yards away while he was speaking at Utah Valley University. Here is the Trump the president has just put out. I want to put this up. He posted it on Truth Social. He writes, "The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me, and now he is no longer with us. Melania and my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife, Erica, and family. Charlie, we love you."
Again, crazy stuff, right? Some crazy, crazy stuff. Of course, NBC News is now confirming his passing. So of course that's obviously old news for us, but it is still news nonetheless. We got some more information here too. Charlie Kirk's suspect still at large. And I'm reading this off camera just so you guys know, or off screen, but they're saying suspect is still at large, what we know. So they say officials say the suspect in the fatal tragedy of this situation is not in custody, despite earlier statements by university officials earlier that someone had been arrested. So that person still, as of the reporting of this news article, which was just put up and updated, okay, just about 20 minutes ago, they're saying that the suspect is still not in custody. All right. The person taken into custody after Kirk was actually hit at the event, okay, is not believed to be the suspect. So, who's in custody? No one yet, okay? But a spokesperson released a statement to multiple media outlets saying that the suspect is not yet in custody. They said, this is what they put out. On September 10th, 2025, at 12:20, a single shot rang out in the quad near the food court on Utah Valley University's Orem campus as Mr. Charlie Kirk began speaking at his planned rally. We can confirm that Mr. Kirk was actually hit. We already know about that, right? And they, of course, say, but we don't know his condition. We now know his condition. May he rest in peace. The suspect is not in custody. Police are still investigating campus, and the campus is closed for the rest of the day. An initial alert from the university said a suspect was in custody, and video posted on social media appeared to show an older man being detained afterwards. An Associated Press source said this person is not believed to be the actual assailant. We already know that guy has been released. Video posted on social media show Kirk speaking into a handheld microphone while sitting under a white tent that said the American comeback and prove me wrong, which is part of his whole segment on his show. A single shot rings out and Kirk can be seen reaching for his neck. No, he's not. He's not reaching for his neck. When you see the video, he is not reaching for his neck. He is just falling over. That's it. He's slung. And I feel like he was trying to reach for his neck. Like, like that's the, like you get bit by a mosquito on your neck, you're going to be like, ow, right? But it was gushing out of him so fast that I think he was fading away, guys. It's like that's the reaction, but he was doing this. Bang, and he fell. He went down, okay? Crazy. Okay? So moving on. The event started just after noon. So literally, he was 20 minutes into his event, and then this tragedy happened. Imagine, man, that's some crazy stuff. That's crazy. So 20 minutes into the whole thing, he lost his life. His presence caused controversy on the campus recently, with the school paper reporting some in the community and on campus opposed him speaking. Now, we've heard this before, guys. We've heard this countless times before on many political pundits. Okay, like I've mentioned before, you've had the likes of Ben Shapiro go and speak at Harvard, and they will have like a massive petition written or signed by thousands of people basically saying, please do not let this man speak because about, his thoughts on Israel or something crazy like that. You know what I mean? Something political, something polarizing like that, right? Controversial. And he still was able to go up and speak at those events, right? So again, that's just one person. You still have Steven Crowder. You still even have Candace Owens. You still have all these other conservative political pundits that have opinions, strong opinions, polarizing opinions that still go out to these events and do a whole prove me wrong type of debate segment for their podcasts and their shows. So a lot of people don't like, there's a good portion of people that don't want to see that on campus. So there's controversy, some pushback about him being there. And it still went down, right? Still went down. So this situation comes amid a spike of political violence in the U.S. across all parts of the ideological spectrum, which we've already talked about before. Okay? So again, right now, this is insane that this whole thing went down. And I'm telling you right now, this suspect is still at large. They don't know where this mother lover is, which is insane. So we're going to continue on. Let me see if I can find some live info right quick.
Whether or not that is the exact distance or not,
Crazy.
we would obviously need to confirm with shell casing or
1 second, guys. I'm just
behind,
getting a few things taken care of here.
That person was there. We've been showing videos throughout the afternoon here, Tom, of this incident, and is typically the case whenever there is a shooting incident, certainly that involves a fatality. We don't show that moment of the shot being hit just out of respect for the individual, but also, these things tend to inflame and incite these types of incidents in the future, and certainly don't want to contribute to what the shooter tried to do this afternoon. The incident, as we saw the video of the injuries, you described them several moments ago. They appeared to be grave from the onset. Obviously, we now know Kirk was not able to survive this incident. The investigation, as far as what will happen in Utah, they'll obviously focus on the video. We know that from how many times we show surveillance video after these incidents occur. They'll also look for any sort of license plate reader technology if they have an idea of what vehicle might have been left behind or a vehicle that they're searching for. They can see where that vehicle might have been on interstates or on roads or in towns. That information is vital. That's been incredibly helpful. We've seen so many instances just in the last 6 to 9 months. I'm thinking of the person who set their Tesla on fire at the base of the Trump Hotel in Las Vegas earlier this year. That case was, as far as where that person came from in their background, license plate readers were so critical to finding out that information, and that'll be potentially helpful here if they can get a face on this person. Certainly, they can use facial recognition to be able to try and determine who this person is. Taking a step back here, yesterday I was at a gathering of law enforcement experts and officials as part of 9/11 Voices and the Voices Center for Resilience. They're 9/11 family, and they have a gathering typically around this time each year. You think of the enormity, Tom, of the security issues that we had following 9/11, which is, of course, tomorrow. It'll be the 24th anniversary.
Yeah, 9/11's tomorrow, y'all.
Country had to do to secure itself. Now you're
just a little heads up.
Situation that could be more difficult from a standpoint of resources. If we're going to start having these targeted violent incidents involving corporations, involving CEOs, involving high-profile people like Kirk, you're going to be in a situation here from a funding standpoint, from the amount of officers that you have available, the amount of weapons that you have in an event. Remember, even if nobody is allowed to bring a gun into an event, you have guns there by default because you have law enforcement there. So obviously that's always something that law enforcement considers in deploying this. Tomorrow, as I mentioned, 9/11, we have the vice president in New York City for the ceremony at Ground Zero. There's other travel throughout the day, including involving President Trump. And we have the United Nations General Assembly coming up in just a couple of weeks' time here in New York City. Already everybody on edge as far as protecting these political figures. And now, as we've seen this expand to other individuals in the political space, but also in the commercial space, this is a real challenge here going forward. And I don't think people really understand, perhaps just yet, the frequency and tempo that has been alarmingly increasing here over the last 9 months. It is a situation, Tom, that I can tell you because I've been talking to them since shortly after this incident happened. Everybody in law enforcement who focuses on these types of things has been immediately paying attention to this incident because of what we've seen. And I think everybody is very concerned at this.
Okay, and I'm going to let this roll a little bit, but I'm going to let you guys know because I know a bunch of you guys are in here right now. just kind of flooding in. So this is not breaking news anymore, but it was breaking news just a little bit ago. I know some of you guys on TikTok are asking the question. Charlie Kirk has lost his life. He was hit by an assailant. There are reports of this particular assailant pulling the trigger from 200 yards away from an actual building. I'm still waiting to get some more confirmation on that. I haven't seen anybody else confirm that anywhere else. No other news so far. I'm looking around to see if there's any more updates as far as that, some confirmation. But nonetheless, let me be real. It had to have been that way, because imagine if that person was standing right there. Look at the photo, because people are going up and I guess debating him. See, there's a microphone right there. Let me pause that really quick. You see the microphone right here. And let me blow this up so you guys can see a little bit better. If you guys can see, there's a guy standing right there talking to Charlie Kirk on a microphone because he's doing a segment for his show. He's literally in the middle of doing a segment for his show. And I know you guys on TikTok can't see this, but just ride with me, okay? So this particular guy is debating him, and then all of a sudden a shot rings out. So if the guy, or if anybody was in the general perimeter right near the Prove Me Wrong American Comeback tent, they would have gotten that dude fast. They would have gotten that dude super fast, but they didn't. Why? Because the guy was taking aim from a distance. This is not a situation where the dude was like doing this, okay, talking to him on the microphone, and then he pulled out the pew-pew and pulled the trigger, right? Definitely not. Definitely not. Because if it was that case, they would have tackled him right then and there, and he would have been arrested, and we would have already heard the story about him being arrested. And, this is the man, this is the monster right here. Here's his mugshot, all that stuff. We would have already been heard that stuff, right? This is not the facts. What actually happened is this person was yards away doing this. But I do believe, and I mean, this is just a shot in the dark, and I'm not trying to be punny. That was no pun intended. But this is just a guess. Okay, my theory is that the guy or the person that walked up to the microphone and started asking him questions about the mass tragedies, mass pew-pewings that have been happening and running rampant like an epidemic throughout this country, I feel like that was the code word. I feel like that person was working in tandem with the snipe. That's what I truly think. They need to start it, because that bystander, that eyewitness that said that he saw somebody up there asking about mass tragedies, and then 60 to 90 seconds later, a shot rang out. They should be interrogating the hell out of that person, because I feel like that person is connected to the demise of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. That's what I think. It's got to be. How could that be? It's like, you know what I mean? You know those moments when it's like, I don't know, I'm trying to think of another moment that would be so coincidental, right? That you have to sit there and go, wait a second, that's too coincidental, yo. That's way too coincidental. Don't play me like I'm dumb. You know what I mean? I was born in the day, but I wasn't born yesterday. So think about that for a second. I think he was saying now. So what do you feel about mass tragedies, Charlie Kirk? And it's basically code word like, I'm here. Do it now. Do it. That just seems weird, right? Just seems weird. Let me play a little bit more of this. That's just, like I said, they need to interrogate everyone. I think every person that was in line waiting to debate Charlie Kirk should be interrogated. I'm sorry, you just never know. You never know. Why would this suddenly, and I get it, he was a very polarizing person. Okay? Very hardcore conservative, bombastic, had his own views on things and how the world should be and all of that. I get that he ruffled some feathers. But I'd be asking all the people that maybe started the petition to try to get him not to speak on campus, to anything else. Anything that was connected to this event, I'd be dismantling like crazy and making sure that everything's 100%. And none of these people are connected to this tragedy. But let me play a little bit more. But that's just crazy, y'all. That's just crazy.
30-06, a 308 rifle. It's a large wound, immediately a large loss of blood. And he's in a bowl. I mean, his tent for his speaking arrangement is in a bowl. There's grass steps. You can see the people on your shot there as it elevates up. And if the assassin is in a position on the building, even one floor above that grassy section, he has a shot right down into the bowl. And when you're on an elevated shot,
this is crazy, y'all.
Probably a scope. That's really not that difficult a shot. You don't have to be any kind of a trained sniper. And the person.
You heard that? He said you don't have, if it's that close, you don't have to be you don't have to be a great shot. You don't have to be like, part of the Marines. No, you don't have to do any of that. Okay?
Can get in and egress. There's no robust security here. Get into the site and maybe shoot from a window or a roof or a hidden nook and break the rifle in half, put it in a duffel bag, and escape. So what I'd be looking for here, Tom, is a rifle recovered? Because there may be no rifle recovered.
I will also say, this was definitely it was a rifle that did that for sure. If you see the entry wound, I hate to say it like that, but if you see the video, it's graphic. I don't recommend you guys doing that, but if you do happen to see it, you're gonna see how it's like goosh. It's a waterfall. Okay, that is not like a little pea shooter pew pew. This is some heavy artillery for sure, especially if you're doing that from a distance. Definitely some heavy artillery, or at least heavier artillery for sure. And the main normal cast of characters when it comes to every single mass tragedy that we know of. Okay, every single mass tragedy that we know, we already know. It's the AKs and the ARs. We already know that crap. Okay. But at the same time, I don't know. I mean, it makes you think like, where did this person come from? That's the thing. I want to know exactly what's going on, right? And T said something. What up, T? I agree. He said it earlier, but the likes of Nick Fuentes, yeah, he should be scared. He should be real scared. He should be scared right now, okay? All of them. Because again, this could inspire some people to do some really, really bad things, y'all. And here's the other thing too. This could also inspire other people on the right too to do some bad things on liberals, prominent figures in the liberal political sphere. I'm just being real. I mean, the ones on the left, it's not like we have a whole lot, there may not be as prominent, okay, out there like that, if that makes any sense. But the likes of them that are out here that are speaking, shoot, even our congressmen and our congresswomen, Republican and Democrat, should be worried. From the Marjorie Taylor Greens to the AOCs, they should be concerned. I'm being dead ass. Because this now could inspire so many more. Think about what happened with Trump when he got his ear clipped, right? That moment when his ear was clipped, right? Think about that. Haven't you noticed that we've been seeing some crazy stuff as of late since that moment? Didn't we not? Or did we not? I'm sorry. Okay. So this is bad. I mean, yeah, the likes of, like I said, the Nick Fuentes to the Candace Owenses to the Brian Shapiros, the Matt Walshes, the all of them, all the ones that are on the left. I mean, on the right that have prominent platforms. Okay, huge platforms. They should be concerned for sure. They should be very concerned. But I can say the same thing for the pundits on the left as well. They should be very concerned. Very concerned. Because this happened. It's not someone attempted to take him out. He was taken out. So now in this weird, messed up world, this can inspire other ones like, this was successful. Let's go. You know, see what I'm saying? And that's bad. That's bad. So again, I'm nervous. I'm scared for our country right now. I really am. I'm really scared for our country.
Is there a cartridge recovered? There may be no cartridge recovered. If he fires from a bolt-action rifle, the cartridge does not even eject. So once he folds the rifle down, he can escape. So the fact that they don't have someone in custody now makes me believe that the sniper planned his egress. And if you think about snipers past in the history, and I've worked on a number of sniper cases, but look at Lee Harvey Oswald. He planned his escape. He got out of the building, just luckily, and because he was confronted in the building by a motor cop at gunpoint, but he got out of it with the superintendent, and he made his way to his neighborhood where he killed a Dallas policeman, J.D. Tippett. James Earl Ray fired from a bathroom of a boarding house across the street from Lorraine Motel.
Yeah, they're
killed Dr. King with a rifle as well.
And they're going into, just so you know, they're going in, as you saw, that was law enforcement, et cetera, going into the buildings, and they're searching for this guy, okay, for this person. I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit, but this is definitely insane. This is some wild stuff, and have mercy. Let me continue on. But real quick, let me grab this super chat. And please, guys, if you're watching on TikTok, I got a goal up above with some roses and all that. If you can help me get to that goal, I appreciate it, you guys. You know what I mean? I'm just giving you guys the information. But if you don't mind, you know, just going up to the thing and giving some roses, that'll be dope as hell. That'll be very helpful for the show and for what I'm doing here. I Can Prep too. Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it. We could discuss the amount of emotional manipulation left and right and the susceptibility of the public to extreme views. How rage bait, polarization, and cancel culture have contributed to all of this societal decline. Yep. And it's been going on for a long time, guys. This BS has been going on for a long, long time. So, you know, what you're saying is completely 110% true. I agree. Let's be real. It's been going on for a long time. Long time. And now we're here. Now we're at this moment, right? Yeah, Chow, I agree. Let's just love each other. You know what I mean? Let's love one another. Doesn't have to be so violent all the doggone time. Let me get this. I Can Prep too again. Thank you so much for the love. Thank you so much for the other one too. I appreciate that. Media, whether left or right, is unlikely to take any real lessons from this. All must take accountability for the hyperbolic and inflammatory, or nothing will change. You're right. You're right. We need to, like I said earlier, you know, we need to start learning how to speak and agree to disagree, or try to find a way to reach across the aisle and try to find unison, trying to find unity rather than death and destruction, right? ABC, thank you so much. I appreciate it. This political violence, I think you're saying is so tragic, or this is political violence and so tragic. Absolutely, this is bad. This is very bad. Because, like I said, this could be a foreshadowing of much worse to come. Just saying. Carol, thank you so much. CNN Politics, Charlie Kirk, political activist. Yes, lost his life. Yes, and he wrote it on Truth Social. Thank you so much for the update. I appreciate that. Okay. Yeah, Cole. I guess he's not alive and fighting anymore, but I appreciate the update. Regardless. Yes. Thank you so much, Paula. But yeah, he's not stable anymore. I'll get to the other chats here in a second. All right, Jupiter Moon, one last one real quick before we continue on. Never a place for violence in this world. Thank you, Pascal, for standing up for victims, period. Okay, check on your people, fam. Yeah, I mean, we definitely need to start doing that because things are getting crazy. Things are getting crazy. Let me go up here real quick and see if there's any new thing. I'm not both siding, Bridget. I'm saying that this situation is bad. That's it. Like I said a million times before, I don't agree with this man. I don't agree with him at all. But at the same time, he has rights just as much as I do. He shouldn't be blasted. Okay. Sure. We all have our disdain and frustration towards somebody. But I'm not doing both siding. I'm not doing both siding at all. This is about life and death. This is about human decency. Someone who has opinions that I don't agree with, that I don't like at all. You don't see me running around with a pew and taking them out. There's no way I'm going to justify someone losing their life just because I don't agree with what they have to say. Period. I don't agree with what he has to say. I don't agree with what a lot of certain pundits out here have to say. But do I want to run out here and just ice them? Nah. Hell no. That's not the right thing to do, and that's not the godly thing to do. Period. The right thing to do is have conversations with somebody. Change their ways or change the way they think through examples of yourself, having conversations with that person, not pulling out a weapon and taking them out. That does not answer any questions. That does not solve any questions. And that is not at all both sides. I am on the side of human condition. I'm on the side of human decency. I'm on the side of human life, period. So don't come to me with that mess. Real talk. Okay? Don't come to me with that mess. Real talk. I am not defending his political views. I am not. I'm defending that this could be anyone that gets on a microphone that says something that people don't agree with. That's it. And if you don't understand that, there's plenty of other shows to go watch. Plenty. Maybe there is a channel that's rejoicing and running up and down the aisles, praising Jesus, going, yes, Lord, he gone. I'm not. Because that's not the right thing to do. That's not the godly thing. It's just not. Let's continue on, though.
6 to 9 months, but really over the last 5 years. So that's a big concern.
Tom, thank you. Let me pause for a second because I want to bring in somebody who was at the event today in Utah, Tyler McGettigan, who was there in the crowd. I believe you were in line, Tyler. First of all, how are you doing tonight? I'm sure this has been just a horrific day for you.
Yeah, definitely was not expecting anything like what happened. I went to that event, because I wanted to ask Charlie a question. He wants to engage in a debate. I had something I wanted to ask him. And so I was in line with people talking about our questions and, people that were of all political backgrounds. I had a conservative on one side, a couple vegans on another side. And we were just enjoying it. And then, you know, I look at Charlie and suddenly I hear a shot and he falls down. And that, like, it took me a moment to process what had just happened. But that was, it was shocking, like, just being there.
And what did you do once you did process what was happening, Tyler?
Well, I backed up. I mean, naturally, the crowd around me started panicking and running, and because I didn't hear multiple shots in the quick succession. I didn't think that there was any intent on whoever it was to shoot at the crowd. So I reasoned that it wasn't really necessary to panic. That, you know, people can get stampeded and crushed in these kinds of panics trying to get through a door. And so I tried to encourage people to not panic, to calm down, to take it slow. That was my initial response to it.
Just to lay a baseline here for some of the factual reporting, Tyler, how many shots specifically did you hear? Just the one?
One. Just one.
And when walking in to attend the event,
can
you describe what, if any, security measures there were before you were able to take your place in line at this event?
So when I signed up for the event, they sent an email with a ticket that I printed out. And you see that it has a QR code, a barcode. I was under the impression that when I would go to the event, they would scan that, like there'd be kind of a check-in kind of deal. And there was, in fact, nothing like that. I just walked in and it felt kind of pointless that I had the ticket in my pocket. So clearly there was no real effort to screen people. That's what it seems to me.
Had they given you any instructions? You know, sometimes you go to a baseball game, whatever, they say bring it.
So just so you know, hey, I gotta pause this really quick. There is a interview going on with a bystander, okay, an eyewitness that was there. He basically said, just so you guys know, on TikTok, they said that it was one shot that rang out, and that's it. There was only one. And of course, he said there was a bunch of different people in there. There were people on both sides. Some people, like, if I'm correct, he's a supporter of Charlie Kirk. So he was standing there, you know, he's there and he sees, liberals on one side and conservatives on the other. It was just a mixture of a bunch of people in the room because, or at the event, because of course there are people that agree with him and there are people that don't agree with Charlie Kirk, right? You're not going to only just have his echo chamber there. There's going to be people out there like probably screaming all kinds of obscenities at the guy, right? But then he said, we only heard one shot and one shot only. So insane. And it seems like this person, whoever was the trigger guy, he had some practice. Let's just say that. Okay. And so this particular assailant has not been found as of yet. They still don't know where this guy is. They detained somebody, but that person had nothing to do with it, from what they understand. They let that guy go. So right now, this assailant is still out there. And it was one shot, guys. Okay? One shot that took him out. I'm not sitting here saying that the guy was a pro, like, military background or anything, but if you got somebody who is, practicing enough, you can get pretty savvy with it, especially at 200 yards away, allegedly. Okay. Yeah. On TikTok. I feel like Charlie Kirk was set up. I do believe that. Okay. Selma, real quick before we continue on, thank you so much for the super chat. I agree. Humanity it should just be common sense. The rest is mental illness. People self-reflect. Yes, I agree. And I also, let me just say this too, okay? Because people sitting there going, "Oh, you just both sides, and you got to stop both sides." And first off, there are so many other options we have on this planet when you're dealing with confrontation or when you're dealing with somebody you don't agree with, right? There's just certain things that you can't change in a person. And yes, it aggravates us. It angers us. It pisses us off. But the best thing you can do is just walk away and let God handle that. Okay? Let God handle it. Taking matters into your own hands and pulling the pew-pew on somebody like this is not letting God handle it. It's not. In fact, that's not you walking away from the situation. So I just want to make that abundantly clear too. You see what I'm saying? See, this is the thing that frustrates me. When we talked about Trump and when his ear got clipped and I was talking about it, people were like, oh, why you just so both siding, or, oh, I know who you voted for. I'm like, oh my dear God. What happened when he got his ear clipped? That was wrong too. That was wrong too. Some things you just got to sit back and let fate do what it needs to do. Okay? Taking matters into your own hands like this does not make anything better. It makes it worse. In fact, let me tell you this too. Come here a little bit closer. Come here a little bit closer. So I just want to let you know that you think he was terrible. Let's find out who they have in store for us. That is a Charlie Kirk 2.0, a Charlie Kirk 5.0. I'm just saying. He's gone, and that's a tragic situation. But imagine who else is going to come out after all of this. You got to remember, the right is going to be pissed about this, angry as hell. You don't think they're going to literally go, well, we were being kind before. Now we're putting pedal to the metal. We're going to turn this all the way up to 11 and rip the mother-loving knob off. You don't think that there are other Charlie Kirks in the world, if not worse than him? I'm just saying. Because now that seat is gone. That seat, or actually not that seat is gone. That seat is empty now. You don't think they're going to put another person in there who's even more bombastic, more racist, more fascist, more disgusting, more disagreeable, more controversial? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Here's the other thing, too. You don't think Trump's going to react to this? You don't think Trump's going to react to this? You don't think Trump's going to react to this? Let me tell you. He's going to react to this. And I don't think it's going to be something in a way that we are all going to like or even agree with. I'm just saying. Yes, Mr. J, we're living in some scary, scary times. And this could very well be that tipping point that I don't think any of us want to see. But I'm telling you right now, they're gonna make they're gonna make an example out of the situation. Trust and believe. Trust and believe. But what's even crazier is that this happened in a red state. This is freaking Utah. This ain't Detroit. This ain't Michigan. Okay, this ain't Chicago. This was in Utah, y'all. There's something to think about too. Okay. Just saying facts. Bridget, didn't mean that you should be celebrating. I certainly didn't mean to offend you. The right doesn't need excuses to be violent. That's who they are. I mean, I feel like, see, Bridget, but that's the thing. Now you got me sounding both sidesy here, but I think both sides are violent. I think violence has bled over on both sides. It has gotten super bad. Now, we're looking at a situation where we have a hardcore conservative that just lost his life. Who do you think did that? Now, we don't know who it was, but I feel like it's safe to believe that it was somebody from the left. So that would mean that the left is pretty volatile. It's pretty volatile now, because look at what happened. This man lost his life. You see what I'm saying? I get it. I appreciate the apology. Okay, I do. But I'm just telling you, both sides are bad. Like, I was having a conversation with one of my boys, okay, over this last week. I'm not kidding. And we'll get back to this, I promise. But this is just something really important. He leans left, right? He leans left, okay? And he was explaining, like, he's like, wow, I just feel like I'm in opposite land, because I never thought I'd ever own a pew, but now I do. More and more, I'm seeing liberals, more on the left, more damn dimmies owning what high-powered firearms now. That used to be a Republican thing. You know what I mean? My gun, my rights, right? Now I'm seeing more and more people with their pews out. Okay? That's insane. Back in the day, wasn't so much. Oh, God forbid, I'd never touch this steel. Oh, my God. Nope. Now you're seeing liberals buying. And a lot of them are scared. That's what I'm seeing. A lot of them are scared because they're worried that something about to go down. So again, the whole, I see more violence on the right than I do on the left. I'm sorry. I see it on both now. Maybe there was a time where it was more on the right than the left. But I haven't seen that in a while. Now we're seeing it on both. People are out here consuming, buying these weapons, learning how to use them. It's a terrifying thing. It's a terrible thing. Okay? But it's a real thing, guys. It's a real thing. And again, we'll find out who this assailant is. I hope. This better not be just some, like, you know, this whole, like, who done it? You know, it better not be that, right? It better not be that whole, like, you know, was it the butler with the candlestick? I hope it's not like that. Okay, where conspiracy theories run rampant, because they're about to be if they don't catch this mother lover. But when they catch this mother lover, we're going to find out exactly their political bias. We'll find out. But I'm telling you right now, I feel it's safe to say that this particular person who decided to take out Charlie Kirk didn't like him, didn't really enjoy his political views. So I feel like it's safe to say he was probably left-leaning, if not left-leaning on the right, if that makes any sense. Conservative, but more going towards the middle, which is a possibility. But I have a feeling this is going to be a hardcore left individual. And when they catch this guy and they find out his political bias and his political views, it'll be chopped up and thrown out to the general public and made to sound some certain way. And then they're going to be like, can't you see the Demis are terrible to all the conservatives? And these conservatives need to be protected. Right? Wait for it. Because that could potentially happen. But we'll see. Like I said, I don't know who the assailant is. We're going to find out who this is. I just feel like this is safe to say that this is somebody who may not be a supporter of these conservative views or Republican or used to, like, remember the guy who clipped Trump's ear? Apparently he voted Trump or was Republican and then wasn't no more, right? It could be the same situation here too. So anything's possible, but we'll see how it all transpires. But I think both sides are getting violent. I think America is extremely violent, overly violent. It is glorified. It is put on a pedestal. Even when we are trying not to glorify it, we are. It's understandable. These tragedies are crazy and scary. Okay. But we're going to see what happens here. We are definitely going to see what happens here. So apparently there's a press conference at 6. Okay. I'll take a look. I'm assuming 6 like Mountain Time. Is Utah Mountain Time or Pacific Time? Or a news conference in 10 minutes? Oh, word. Okay, bet. I'll take a look at that. Okay. Or it probably will be here on NBC News here. Okay. But again, like I said, I don't have all the answers. Okay. And this is why this is the one thing I dread when it comes to talking about political stuff, because everything, even if you're just stating the news, it always has to be you are either on one side or the other. You can't just state the news, right? And people go crazy on that. You got to be telling us what's going on and your political bias. It's like, no, I can give you guys the news and let you know what's going on and say that this is a tragedy without having to sit here and be judged on that, right? But this is the world that we live in. I'm just trying to point that out. This is the world that we live in, and it's frustrating. It's frustrating because it shouldn't be like that. It shouldn't. Man, people will leave the show if I say something about one political, side versus the other. It's insane. It's insane and sad. But that division is exactly what is making this country become rotten to the core. That is a problem that needs to be fixed immediately. Immediately. Let's see. Emily, thank you so much. I'm almost 60, and this is the worst I've known this country to be. It's the freaking 21st century. We should be learning and getting better. Absolutely. But it seems like we're taking steps backwards. And that's what's crazy. Like I said, it's crazy. You say one little thing. Like I said, you say one little thing about Trump, people lose their doggone minds. People absolutely lose their minds. It could be anything. It'd be like, Trump likes eating Big Macs from McDonald's. How dare you say that about him? He's amazing. I don't like you anymore. What? It's just a fact. Chill out. It's going to be okay. Say anything about the left. Same reaction. Sad. We need to be better. Man like this, I get it. I get it. I don't like the guy. I said that in the very beginning of the show. I don't support his views. Hell to the no. But should he be annihilated like this? No. Just saying. We need to find ways to communicate better and stop turning everything into some sort of volatile reaction. Okay? Not everything has to be like that. Okay? It really doesn't. But we need to bring, when they say we need to bring America back, yeah, we really do in so many ways. In so many ways. Okay? Because we went far off the rails starting a few years ago. We need to get back to where we were. We really do. And now when I see stuff like this, people like this losing their lives, it makes you wonder if we are going to right this ship back towards its true north. Scary stuff, scary times. Scary freaking times. Let's continue.
A clear bag, nothing, certain restrictions on items. Was any of that guidance given to you? Just trying to understand sort of what was in place here at the school.
No, there wasn't really that kind of guidance. Really, I didn't see any guidance along those lines. And I should say, from what I've heard, it was actually the student organization, not really the university that was overseeing the organization of this. So that might explain some of that.
I'm gonna skip ahead
with the prosecution of those,
because they're supposed to be having a press conference here very, very shortly. Okay. Yeah. You know, I just saw a comment on TikTok, and while we wait, because we got this press conference coming here very shortly. But for those of y'all who are just getting here, just so you guys know, sorry for that little tangent, but I just had to get some of these things off my chest, because we need to learn to be better with each other and stop being so damn choosy about everything all the doggone time. Okay, I understand being choosy about like what school your son or your kids that you want your kids to matriculate at, or am I going to eat pizza or am I going to have a hot dog today? I get being choosy about those things, but it's being choosy about how we see the world through the lens that we have given to us, and I think that we have other lenses that we can choose to see through. But I feel like we live in a time in a world, and a press conference is going to be happening here shortly. So you know, but we live in a time in a world where people are just angry. It's definitely such a negative energy that has been out here for a minute. It's been years, several years like this. And I don't know why it's like that. I don't have the answer to it. Okay, I don't have the solving solution. Okay, that's gonna figure everything out. But it is an energy that's out here that's absolutely insane. I think it's become commercialized. I think that there's been a lot of people that have made crazy amount of money off of that type of negative energy. And there's just certain things that we just don't have anymore that I wish we brought those things back. But everything has to be bombastic and polarizing, and that's what's so frustrating about it. Because then now we're at the precipice of the most violent times in our country. And the funny thing is this is not even foreign affairs. This isn't any of that. This is happening domestically. That's insane. That's insane. We live in a wild time, y'all. We need to start learning how to love each other. Real talk. We need to love each other. We need to love each other. But for those of y'all who are here, okay, the press conference is going to be happening here very, very shortly. For those of y'all who are watching on TikTok, we're going to be watching it over on the on my YouTube channel. Okay, you won't be able to hear it over here, but if they have any updates, I will break it down to you after the press conference happens. But a press conference is allegedly supposed to be happening right now, so we're waiting to see what is going on. Okay, but let me get some of these super chats real quick before we get going. All right. MB, thank you so much for being a member for the past 21 months. That's a long time. Yeah, baby. Thank you so much. Everything is polarized or politicized. I'm sorry. Nothing is humanized anymore. This is a rotating door of violence. Absolutely. Like I said, we need to come back to being human again, because it gone. It be gone. Okay, April, thank you so much for being a member for almost a year. I appreciate it. We need to learn how to love and forget how to hate, per the amazing Ozzy Osbourne. We are on a crazy train. Yeah, we are. We are definitely on a crazy train, and we're living in some terrifying times. We need to find a way to transcend from this. Real talk. But I don't know if the powers that be are going to transcend from this, and that's my fear. We need to find a way to get beyond this, right? Learn from this. But I don't know if the powers that be are going to do that. We'll see, though. I'm sitting, waiting idly. I'm going to sit and patiently watch and see how it goes from the nosebleed seats. Okay? But I'm praying for better times. Beautiful Messy Ball, what's up? Thank you so much. But Pascal, I guess that's what Charlie was about. talking through our differences. When people stop talking, that's when you have violence, Charlie Kirk said. Or you're quoting him. That's what's up. Like I said, if that's what he says, very interesting information, right? But yes, I agree. We should be talking through our differences. We shouldn't get to, it shouldn't result in violence, right? I agree with that 100%. Like I said, I don't agree with him. And some of these things I say, some of the things that he says, I'm sorry, I don't like. I don't agree with the dude. But that doesn't mean the guy should be erased from this planet. I'll tell you what. Okay? Definitely not. Here's the other thing. This is his constitutional right to exercise freedom of speech. I would expect everyone to be able to do the same thing, regardless if I agree. You got those neo-Nazi freaks walking down the street holding up signs and all that crap. You know what I'm saying? We don't agree with that stuff either. Okay? Still waiting on the press conference. Still waiting, guys. Okay? But we don't agree with that. Okay? But that's their legal right. I'm sorry. That's their legal right. I don't like it. I don't need to see these guys walking around calling other people racial slurs and screaming the N-word to people and stuff, all that stuff. I don't like it, but it's their legal right. Charlie Kirk can be up there on his microphone, say whatever the hell he wants. That's his legal right. I don't have to agree with it. Okay? But I don't agree with how he lost his life. Because think about this. If this was actually somebody who was trying to bring people together, like let's say his image, for example, was not as polarizing, right? And he still lost his life like this, everyone would be losing their minds. Everyone. If there was another Martin Luther King Jr., right, of our age, of our decade, of this generation, right, and he lost his life this way, wouldn't we all be shook by it too? Right? Wouldn't we all sit there and go, wait, that's wrong, that's messed up, who did this, etc.? And there's plenty of people on the other side of the world that did not agree with what other activists have to say, but they were exercising their rights as American citizens. So, again, we're living in some wild times, y'all. Selma, thank you so much. Bring the fun, America back, y'all. This is dystopian. Greetings from Europe. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if America was fun per se, but we do need to find a better way of handling our ish. Real talk. I think there's too many pissed off people out here in the world. We need to find a better way. Okay. We need to find a better way to express ourselves. And honoring certain things like thou shalt not kill. How about that? Just something simple, right? Well, let's take a listen. Let's see what they got to say about this.
I don't think I instantly knew, but there's such a history of divisiveness of Charlie that and there's this air of controversy while you're there, that there's this fear that something's going to happen. And the second we heard a noise, just naturally, without even registering what it was, everyone just started to run.
Yeah.
Where did you go?
I went into the building. If you see the video now, up and to the left, there's a balcony, and we just went right in those doors with everyone else.
And at what point were you cleared, either of you? Did anybody come around and tell you to remain where you were? Did you talk with any law enforcement? Was there any kind of sort of investigatory procedure after?
When I had stepped back from my camera, there were policemen there who were yelling at everyone to get away from the scene and like to get to safety.
Okay. And that's what you did, obviously.
Yeah, of course.
You both are students, and you know this campus. We know from what officials have said, the shot came from a building that's about, I guess, 200 yards away, right from where this amphitheater was. I believe it's called the Losi Center. Can you help us understand, like, how far away from where you were is that building? We're looking at a map visually, but you know this campus. Explain this to us.
From where I was, I think it was about maybe 50 feet away from me, from what it sounds like, and from where it sounded like the bullet had come from.
I see. So more on that upper deck, kind of behind where you were standing, Logan.
Yeah, and after looking at footage from what I've seen from other perspectives like this one, once the shot happens, it seems like the upper levels get cleared out a lot quicker, which makes me think that it was closer and people heard it first.
Got it. And Chase, to enter or exit that area, was there any security either at the event or is there generally any security in that particular space?
There was good security. There was right above where he was at was completely clear. There was police officers there. There were police officers inside patrolling, obviously with him, as you've seen in the video. And so it was very quickly, there were officials and law enforcement asking us to move.
Got it. And to enter the event, and Logan, I don't know if this is different for you as a member of the news organization covering it for school. Did you have to go through any metal detectors? Is that typical or atypical?
There weren't any that I saw. I just walked right up.
No medical
Is there anything you want
no
people to
metal
know about
detectors.
this experience today and about what has happened in what is, as you well know,
Thank
a
you, Jessica.
horrific shooting that
Appreciate
is
it.
reverberating not just here in Washington but around the world tonight?
I think our heart just breaks. I mean, it's weird. You see things like this on films and stuff, and you are desensitized to it. But like hearing something like that in real life and kind of seeing it is heartbreaking. And just our prayers go out to his family, and we hope that they're doing all right.
Chase and Logan,
That's some scary
both
stuff.
Students at the school. Thank you so much for being with us and for.
So some students that were there, one of them had a camera, I guess, and they were filming. All right, and but that's some scary stuff. I mean, you know, you're there filming this situation, and then all of a sudden, bang, something like that just happens. That's some terrifying stuff, y'all. And if you've seen the footage, like I'm sure all of you have, it's freaking terrifying. And it feels like it's like from a movie. It doesn't look real. Okay. Yeah. And it's obvious, Nikki, I agree. It's obvious that Charlie Kirk was not going to survive that. But again, like I said, there are plenty of polarizing political pundits, conservative activists, even liberal activists as well, that should be worried, that should definitely look at this situation and take this seriously, because there's plenty of bad things that can happen to them as well. Okay. I mean, he was there, an open area outside, very minimal, if any, security, no metal detectors. So they were able to walk in and do whatever the heck they wanted. Now, I understand that they say that this particular assailant was aiming from a building, but you'd think that they would make sure that, you know, every room, every building is combed through before the event actually happens. And you also got to remember too, guys, this was a guy who, at least for what it's worth, this was a guy that had an opinion. Yes, his opinions were yeesh, but he wasn't an elected official. He wasn't president. He wasn't making any moves like that. He was on a microphone talking. Like I said, think about that. If you are somebody who's out here and you are a prominent voice in any sphere, in any political side of the spectrum. Imagine that. Crazy. Crazy. But those students were basically saying that they have not heard, or they heard it. They heard a shot. Everyone scattered. Of course, he's gone, right? And if you saw the video, holy cow, he definitely. I think he was. I think he was gone as soon as he got hit. I mean, it was seconds. The purring paint bush too on TikTok. Do you think the question that was being asked at the time was a setup for the shot? I think so. We'll find out. We got press conference. Let's rock and roll. I think.
Confusing.
Nope. Man, false alarm. Not yet, guys. Press conference happening very, very shortly, though. But please do me a favor, guys. Okay, while we wait, I'm going to play a little bit of this interview here, this discussion here. But if you guys can do me a favor, okay, hit that like button down below. Okay, don't forget to crush that subscribe button. That'll be greatly appreciated. Please and thank you. Okay. Yeah, I see you. I agree. I think there's no way he survived. I think as soon as they caught him, as soon as they caught him from falling on the ground or whatever, I think that they literally, he was gone. I think he was gone. But please don't forget to follow, okay? Subscribe, please and thank you. Follow, subscribe. Okay, we're going to keep an eye on this, because if this person is still at large, there's going to be a lot of updates. Because I figured this guy would have been neutralized, if you get what I'm saying. But that didn't happen. Crazy, guys. You're saying they arrested the guy? Let's see. Did they? They didn't say that they did. Hold on. I'm checking off camera here real quick. Let me play some of this real quick. This is a retired FBI agent talking about this incident. Let's hear what they got to say. I know you won't be able to hear it. I'll repeat some of the talking points that he says here. But let me just see if there's any new updates here, okay?
And that's where the Bureau is probably going to come in, that they can put an email, an 800 number. If you have a video of this event, if you have something, even if you don't think it was relevant, to send it in, and then it's going to take people to start looking at it. And then once they can get that clip of, I think this is the shooter, then they're probably going to have to come out in public and say, have you seen this person? We're looking for him as a material witness, so to speak.
Rob, in a moment of apparent political violence like this, is it your assessment that after what we've seen happen, there may be less of a broader threat to the community at large, given that you do have this person, somebody who just shot and killed a 31-year-old here in broad daylight, still not captured?
Still not captured at this moment, and we just heard that on NBC News. But I also do want to give you guys some updates here, too. And I'm going to read this off camera real quick, off screen. It says Homeland Security investigations, now the HSI, Homeland Security is now involved in this situation. They have been sent to the location of this whole tragedy. Okay. So they have confirmed, like Homeland Security has confirmed to Fox News, the article I'm reading here off camera, they're saying that they sent agents to Utah Valley University, okay, where Charlie Kirk lost his life. They will assist with the manhunt in trying to get this assailant, who still remains at large. By the way, what I just read to you guys was 30 minutes ago, okay? And of course, there's supposed to be a press conference here very shortly, hopefully sooner than later. But I'm sure they're trying to get as much information as they can. Maybe that's the reason why there's a little bit of a, I think there's a reason why things are a little slow right now, or there's a little bit of a delay with the press conference. But when the press conference does happen, we gonna talk about it. We gonna listen, and we gonna talk about it. Okay. Let's see here. Travelers sob in airport after hearing about Charlie Kirk losing his life. Even Obama put out a post saying that this whole situation was despicable. He says we don't yet know what motivated the person who shot and took the life of Charlie Kirk. But this kind of despicable violence has no place in our democracy. Michelle and I will be praying for Charlie's family tonight, especially his wife, Erica, and their 2 young children. And that's from Obama. Okay? Even Obama is sitting here saying, wait a second. Okay? This is despicable, and this should not be happening on American soil. And I agree. It should not. This is Nuck and Futz. Let me play a little bit more as we wait. You got cops on roofs. Shoot, everybody. There is absolute disarray. They even have a wheelchair that they left behind. Damn. Somebody got picked up and carried. Somebody that was wheelchair bound was picked up and carried. Real talk. That's insane.
Detector bag check that they had to go through. Others say there was a robust law enforcement presence here. Is there any standard to what is typical for a college campus event like this? What was intended to be a dialogue, a discussion around politics?
No, there's not. Even if this was a presidential event, and we saw one get into, President Trump's when he's, his assassination attempt that was within inches of killing him. And there you have the Secret Service, you have law enforcement that are looking for snipers and such. A campus event and this is one of the first. This is an influencer that was assassinated. Before we've had political figures, and they've shown up at their doorsteps and other things that you've talked about how many political violence events have been out there.
Pause.
But this is one of the ones that I'd say is
Pause.
now on the outlier side of it was an influencer. It wasn't an elected official. I think it's going to change security for people that are out there talking on the political side.
Absolutely. What I say. Okay? He's an influencer, right? He's a speaker. I'm not downplaying what he does, what Charlie Kirk did for, you know what I mean? I'm not being like, he's just an influencer saying like, I love my AG greens that I drink every day. No, but he was an influencer. It's not like a political, a politician or anything of that sort. Okay. I'm sure he wanted to get into that game. I'm sure. Right. But he's just a regular guy, just like everybody else. But this is something that everyone should be concerned about. Other political pundits, other influencers that are out here that are making money and getting out there by being polarizing, saying maybe for certain, people, the quiet part out loud, saying things that people don't want to hear, saying things that are controversial and anger a lot of people. Okay. He's definitely that. And this is exactly what happened. And this is unfortunate. Now, I do have something. Let me just say this. We are going to look at this and proceed with caution because I don't know if this is 110% or no. They are allegedly saying, and I'm trying to confirm if this is true, but they got a couple screenshots. They got somebody, they're saying, let me show you. I know you guys can't see it. I'll describe it here in a second, but they're saying, and I'm saying take this with a grain of salt because a lot of, there's been a lot of BS going on. Okay. But they're saying eyewitnesses recorded someone on the roof from which shots were allegedly fired at Charlie Kirk. So this is just a video right here. Let me just show it to you guys real quick. We'll see if this is actually 110% true. But I'm saying, like I said, this could be fake, but it could also be real, just so you know.
Get right up.
Yeah. You think he'd already be in place?
You would think that. So there's somebody on the roof right there? Just saying?
Huh.
He just ran from, Where's my finger? Well, from over there, ran in. And now he's right there. Just saying.
Just saying. So now they're saying, remember, like this is the same thing that we saw. Let me tell you, this is the same thing that we saw when it came to Trump with his ear getting clipped. Remember that? That he had the rally out in Pennsylvania. He out there chilling, doing his thing. Eyewitnesses are sitting there going, wait a second. There's a dude on the roof right there. Where is security? He's right freaking there. We're seeing it again, guys. We're seeing the same doggone thing all over again. They're saying that this guy ran across the roof and then sat down laying hundreds of yards away from the space, from the actual event. Now, if this is 110% true, they need to start looking into this big time. Okay? Big freaking time. Here's another one. Allegedly, there's the guy right here. Allegedly. I mean, that could be it could be a pole there. It could be a multitude of different things. But allegedly, they're saying that this is a guy right there. And you also got to remember with this situation, this is not Trump with Secret Service, okay, and sitting there saying, "Oh, you see what had happened was we had too many slopey roofs. That's the reason why we couldn't be up there, you see." This situation is a little different because he's not an elected official, right? He's not part of the Trump administration or something of that sort. He's not a former president of any sort. He's a conservative with a talk show. And I'm not downplaying it. Shoot. I'm a guy with a talk show, right? So I'm sure he only was able to do so much, but I'm sure like Turning Point USA and all the other stuff that he's affiliated with, I'm sure he's making good money. But at the same time, I'm sure he was trusting of the public, trusting of these schools, and not thought ever crossed his mind that somebody would try to annihilate him right there, right? So that's some crazy stuff. So yeah, people are starting to share that a lot. Breaking news saying that this guy was spotted on the roof. The same videos that I'm showing you guys are the same things that I'm showing y'all. So again, very interesting stuff. Let's see. Special report.
News special report. Here's Tom Yamas.
And we are coming back on the air with breaking news right now. Officials in Utah are holding a news conference on the fatal shooting of conservative activist Charlie Kirk, who was killed while giving a presentation at Utah Valley University. We've just learned from the FBI Director Patel posting this on X that the suspect in that assassination is now in custody.
Okay.
We're monitoring this news conference. We're going to bring it to you as soon as it starts. It looks like they've started to speak. Let's listen in.
Let's go.
The Utah Department of Public Safety will be co-leading this criminal investigation to find this killer, along with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. We are working in unison with the County Sheriff's Office, the local police department, and the University Police Department, all of which have been very cooperative and fully engaged in this process. Shortly after the shooting, we did have a suspect in custody, George Zinn, but he was released from custody after we identified that he did not match the shooting suspect and was not an accurate person of interest.
So then who is
However, he has been booked into the county jail by Utah Valley University Police Department for obstruction of justice. We do still have an active investigation for the person of interest. This incident occurred with a large crowd around. There was one shot fired and one victim. While the suspect is at large, we believe this was a targeted attack towards one individual. This is a tragic moment in our state and in our country. As we heal, we encourage everyone who is struggling with news of the incident to call 988, our state mental health crisis line. In addition to that, our partners with the FBI will also be discussing other ways we can communicate through the public for tips and other information. Thank you.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the FBI, we extend our sincerest condolences to the family and friends of Charlie Kirk. Our thoughts are also with the people who witnessed this traumatic event. We know that what you experienced was very difficult. Our thoughts are with you as well. As soon as we heard about the shooting, special agents and personnel from the Salt Lake field office responded immediately. We have full resources devoted to this investigation, including tactical, operational, investigative, and intelligence. To be clear, the FBI will fully support and co-lead this investigation alongside with our partners. We are working on setting up a digital media tip line, and as soon as it's established, we'll get that information out to everyone. I know there's a lot of questions. This is very much an active case, and this investigation is in its early stages. We are following all the leads and all the evidence. If anyone has any information, please report it to the FBI or local law enforcement. Thank you.
On behalf of President Tubanez, who we've been communicating with, and she's on her way back right now, I say that on behalf of Utah Valley University, we are shocked and saddened by the tragic passing of Charlie Kirk. We express our sincere condolences to the Kirk family. We grieve with our students, faculty, and staff who bore witness to this unspeakable tragedy. He was invited by the student group Turning Point USA to speak on our campus. We firmly believe that UVU is a place to share ideas and to debate openly and respectfully. Any attempt to infringe on those rights has no place here. We do not condone any form of violence at UVU and seek to make our campus a safe place for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us on this dark and tragic occasion. I want to thank our law enforcement officers who are leading this investigation, starting with Chief Long and his response here with the UVU Police Department. We're grateful for your leadership and your team. And again, to the speakers that you've just heard from who are co-leading this investigation. I also want to recognize Sheriff Mike Smith, who has been an invaluable partner as this investigation moves forward. I've been in touch with President Trump, with FBI Director Kash Patel. We are completely aligned with our state and federal partners as we work through this case. Now, this is a dark day for our state. It's a tragic day for our nation. And I want to be very clear that this is a political assassination. We are celebrating 250 years of the founding of this great nation. That founding document, the Declaration of Independence, that this great experiment on which we embarked together 250 years ago, that we are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights. The first one of those is life. And today, a life was taken. Charlie Kirk was first and foremost a husband and a dad to two young children. He was also very much politically involved, and that's why he was here on campus. Charlie believed in the power of free speech and debate to shape ideas and to persuade people. Historically, our university campuses in this nation and here in the state of Utah have been the place where truth and ideas are formulated and debated. And that's what he does. He comes on college campuses and he debates. That is foundational to the formation of our country, to our most basic constitutional rights. And when someone takes the life of a person because of their ideas or their ideals, then that very constitutional foundation is threatened. Now, we have a person of interest in custody. The investigation is ongoing.
Person of interest in custody.
I want to make it crystal clear right now to whoever did this, we will find you. We will try you. And we will hold you accountable to the furthest extent of the law.
Wait, why?
And I just want to remind people that we still have the death penalty here in the state of Utah.
He just, what? Did I hear that right? They don't have the guy? Did he just say they have a person of interest and we will find you?
We've had
They don't have him, y'all.
political assassinations recently in Minnesota. We had an attempted assassination on the governor of Pennsylvania.
Huh?
And we had an attempted assassination on a presidential candidate and former president of the United States, and now current president of the United States. Nothing I say can unite us as a country. Nothing I can say right now can fix what is broken. Nothing I can say can bring back Charlie Kirk. Our hearts are broken. We mourn with his wife, his children, his family, his friends. We mourn as a nation. If anyone in the sound of my voice celebrated even a little bit at the news of this shooting, I would beg you to look in the mirror and to see if you can find a better angel in there somewhere. I don't care what his politics are. I care that he was an American. We desperately need our country. We desperately need leaders in our country. But more than the leaders, we just need every single person in this country to think about where we are and where we want to be. To ask ourselves, is this it? Is this what 250 years has wrought on us? I pray that that's not the case. I pray that those who hated what Charlie Kirk stood for will put down their social media and their pens and pray for his family, and that all of us will try to find a way to stop hating our fellow Americans. With that, we're happy to take a few questions.
The FBI director is posting that a suspect is in custody. I would just like clarification. Do you or do you not have a suspected shooter in custody?
We have a person of interest in custody.
Person
being interviewed right now.
Person of interest.
That is not George Zinn.
That is not George Zinn. That is correct.
Are you still searching or looking for another shooter or anybody else related to this?
Yeah, that's a good question
Yes,
too.
We are actively looking for anyone and everyone who has any possible information relating to this shooting.
Can you tell us details about the suspect being taken into custody? Where, how long ago?
We cannot at this point, but we will get you that information when we can.
Is there believed to be a second individual involved in the shooting?
At this point, there is no information that would lead us to believe that there is a second person involved.
Can you guys talk about the possible shooting?
Do you want to talk about what we know there? Yeah.
The only information we have on the suspect, the possible shooter, is taken from closed circuit TV here on campus. We do have that. We're analyzing it, but it is security camera footage, so you can kind of guess what the quality of that is. But we do know
Chihuahua
in all dark clothing, but we don't have much better description other than that.
Where do you think the shot came from?
The shot came from here on campus, from a location at a fair roof. Potentially from a roof, yes.
Potentially, no, it is from a roof.
Shot from a roof.
Come on, man.
Right, with the security camera footage you have and the person of interest that's in custody, does that match up?
That's what we're trying to decipher right now.
So did FBI or DHS have anything on the threat board this morning?
I can't speak.
I'll just say that the investigation is ongoing, and as soon as we have further information, we will be sure to release it.
Any indications of foreign intelligence involvement?
As of now, I can't comment on any of that.
Thank you. Can you talk a little about the security of the event itself? Who was there security-wise, and what happens on these kind of events?
Chief Long. So my name is Jeff Long. I'm the police chief here at UVU, and I'll tell you right now, we're devastated. We're a small police department. We have a very large campus. We have over 40,000 students, and we love our students. We love our visitors, and we're devastated by what happened today. This is the police chief's nightmare. I'm very saddened for the Kirk family. I know his wife and parents found out about this. You know, obviously he's away from home. He's here in Utah. They find out by a police officer that visits their home. That's tragic. Nobody wants that. But I can tell you about our venue today. This was an open venue. This was outside. We did have 6 officers working that event. We had probably over 3,000 people that were in attendance. It sat down in kind of a bowl area here on the central campus. We have a waterfall area, and so he was kind of in a lower area, surrounded by buildings. You know, we had some plainclothes police officers that were in the crowd as well. You know, we train for these things, and you think you have things covered, and you know, these things. You know, unfortunately, they happen. You try to get your bases covered, and unfortunately today we didn't. And because of that, we had this tragic incident. So we did have officers there. We had Charlie Kirk's team. He has a security team that travels with him, and they were here with him when he was shot.
Was the gun recovered?
I'm sorry, see?
Was the weapon recovered?
At this point, I can't disclose that.
When Charlie Kirk was shot, there was a question being asked about mass shooting. Was that person apprehended?
Hold on.
And do you know who asked that question?
Hold on. We got some
Say the question again. I don't know if I understand what you're saying.
misinformation's insane.
Answering a question about mass shootings specifically. Was that person apprehended, and do you know who asked that question?
Good question.
I do not. We do not have that at this moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have time for just one more question, so thank you.
Yep. A question for the chief.
They don't have that guy.
Was it your team or Kirk's team or a combination of both that kind of set the security protocol for the event?
So we work together. You know, he has his team, and they do this all over the country. We all know that. This is not uncommon for them. They're very comfortable on campuses, and I was coordinating with his lead security guy, and so yeah,
I'll fill you in just a minute. I promise. Give me 1 second.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's
You
those
know.
are the questions that we will be answering today. Again, thank you for
This
covering
is-
this. We will be updating you as soon as we have additional information through normal channels, working with law enforcement. Again, our deepest condolences to the Kirk family and to the students who were there today. I would just ask everyone everywhere to please pray for their family and to pray for our country. We need it now more than ever. Thank you.
Hamburglar. All right. Let me.
We've just been listening to Utah officials,
Hold on,
including
guys.
Governor Spencer
1
Cox,
second.
talk about the assassination of Charlie Kirk. A bit of confusion there.
Yeah,
for many
a lot of
us
confusion.
covering this and the press as well that was gathered because the head of the FBI director Kash Patel put out
He
a
tweeted.
post on X just before.
I'm gonna
the
show it
press
to you
conference
guys.
saying that the subject of the shooting, I'm going to read it here. The subject for the horrific shooting today that took the life of Charlie Kirk is now in custody. Now it was unclear from the news conference who exactly was in custody, but later the governor saying there was a person of interest in custody, and later a police officer saying that they're trying to sort of connect the dots right now. I do want to bring in our national law enforcement and intelligence correspondent, Tom Winter. Tom, look, things are very fluid. This just happened a few hours ago. It was an assassination from long range. It was planned out from what we've heard. There was a suspect in dark clothing, they believe, seen on closed circuit TV.
1 second,
at
guys.
Utah Valley University.
This is
The question
frustrating.
now is, it seemed like the FBI director went a little further than officials in Utah were comfortable with. Do you think this is an issue of semantics, or they have the man they were looking for?
Yeah,
It
it's
might
an
be
issue of
semantics.
Tom. And according to our colleague Mike Cosner, who is talking to the top of the FBI tonight, there is growing confidence that the individual identified by officials in Utah as a person of interest that they now have in custody is, in fact, the person they believe could be the shooter in this. So to just break down the semantics briefly, sometimes they don't want to call somebody a suspect for certain legal reasons in their ability to question and their ability to talk. to that person. So that could be at play here. In addition to that, they want to make sure that they can match up the evidence that they've recovered and seen so far to this person before officially calling them a suspect. Right, but right now they have a real good feeling that the person they think is responsible for this assassination, they do have in fact in custody.
Okay. So a couple things, a couple takeaways, guys. Okay. They do have a suspect, or they do have a person of interest. Okay. Then he said, okay, so the sheriff was like, we have a person of interest, but what's interesting is, and I'm going to show it to you guys anyway, because we need to see it. Just proof positive. Kash Patel, the head of the FBI, put out a tweet saying this, just so you guys can see this. He said this, bang. He said, the subject of the horrific tragedy today that took the life of Charlie Kirk is now in custody. Thank you to the local and state authorities in Utah for your partnership with the FBI. We will provide updates when available. Then they had the press conference, right? And then in the press conference, the sheriff said, we have a person of interest. And then he said, and I want to make it very clear that we will find you. Whoever is responsible of doing this, we will find you. So, of course, all of us are like, wait, what? What do you mean we will find you? You just said FBI. Kash Patel just said suspect is in custody. So what the hell's this all about? So now we just heard from, I guess, a law enforcement correspondent who basically said, well, it's semantics. I don't think they want to say right out the gate that they have the guy, because maybe the guy hasn't confessed yet. Maybe that's the case. Maybe he hasn't confessed. But they do have somebody in custody right now, or they do have somebody detained right now, and they're doing everything they can to find out exactly if this guy is that person or not. But look at how, the tweet is the tweet. Like it's subject. Okay. Took the life. Yep. Is now in custody. The subject for the nothing's changed in it. Okay. So just so you know, that is something very crazy. Then I received something else that's even more insane. Okay. And we're going to look at that here shortly. Because we need to take a look at that too. But one thing is for sure. They said of course, this was one shot. This was one assailant. They believe that there wasn't like two individuals involved in this tragedy. Okay, two assailants. It's only one assailant. Then, of course, they have a person of interest that has been detained. He said out loud, "We will get you. We will find you. We'll get you." Right? But we'll see what happens. Hopefully, they have hopefully, they got the guy. Right? So that's that part. Now one of the reporters did ask a very good question, the same question I had, which was, hey, the guy who went up and started asking about mass tragedies, and then 60 to 90 seconds later, Charlie Kirk lost his life? Are you interrogating that guy right now? Police had no idea about that guy. The police officer said, I don't know. I just don't know. They definitely need to interrogate that guy. They need to find that guy and interrogate the hell out of him, because he could be connected to this whole thing. Because, think about it. That would be so on the nose. You got a guy who's an activist being like, so tell me what you think about mass tragedies. And then, Charlie Kirk is like, well, this is what I think. And what if he's like, I don't agree with you? Bang. I'm just saying, it's very on the nose. That 60 to 90 seconds later, a shot rang out. That's crazy. So again, something to think about for show. Now, here's something else that's very interesting. And thank you guys for sending me these things. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. Blair White put this up, okay? Also a conservative, she's in politics and all that crap too. But this is very interesting. Take a look at this. So apparently, she said, hey, this might be relevant, right? And it says, Charlie Kirk is coming to my college tomorrow. I really hope someone evaporates him literally. Then, this is on September 9th. Then this person puts up another one on September 9th. Now, it could be all real, or it could be fake. But it says, let's just say something big will happen tomorrow with like this dog gift, like with this dog gif thing of him laughing or something, like this dog chuckling, okay, with a big goofy grin. Is that relevant? I don't know. But it is, yeah, Nicole B, it is worth looking into. Okay. That's crazy. And the fact that that was like overseen, okay? The fact that that's overseen is in like that was overlooked is insane. Oh, snap. Here's another video. Oh, snap. We got to take a look at this. This is the reaction of everyone ducking. All the college students ducking. Take a look at this. We're going to go back to the live feed here in a second, but we got to see this. This is insane. Wow. Oh, snap. Look up here. I need you guys to see up here. Okay? Look right here. That's not like a pipe or a vent or a chimney. Okay? That's not a chimney. That looks like somebody's running across the top of the roof. Look. You see how he ran? I know you guys, some of y'all are looking at this on your iPhone 3s. Okay, so the screen, the image might be really small, but take a look at this. That dude is running. I'm sorry, that dude is running. I know you guys can't see it. If you go over to my YouTube channel, you can see it over there, but this is absolutely crazy. Look at this. The channel's called the Pascal Show. Go on over there, check it out. You'll be able to hear and see everything that we're watching over here. One day, everything will be together, okay? But for right now, you guys are on separate planets. I'm sorry. Okay, but soon we will join as one. Soon. But look at this. Look at that. Do you see that, guys? Right there. Hold on. Let me see if I can I change the speed? Yeah. Let's slow this down. Let's slow this mother lover down. We don't need the sound for this crap. Look at this. Look at that guy. He's running across the roof. Crazy. Slow-mo. Take a look. Look at that little dot, that little black dot. It's moving across. Oh, it's there. Oh, it's there. There's definitely, the assailant was definitely on the roof. Most definitely on the roof. So again, you saw some eyewitnesses that were sitting there going, oh crap, there's a guy up there, right? There's a guy up on the roof, right? And then they didn't, like, I don't know if they reported anything because maybe they thought it was part of security. They're like, okay, that's typical. It's security. He's just here for Charlie Kirk, right? And then of course, bang, happens, and then he runs. Take a look again. I got it in slow-mo. Look at that. That is definitely a human being running across the top of the roof and disappearing. And I want to tell you something. This man right here, somebody, what happened? What going on? Why is this man standing right there just like, why? He ain't running for nothing. He's like, hey, so what's going on? What? Crazy. Yeah, that dude ran. He was booking it. He got his target and he ran. That is crazy. Yeah, and somebody needs to get their man right there. Somebody needs to go and get their pops. I don't know why he's like, what's going on? Man, everybody else is ducking except for these two in the back. They're still just casually having a conversation, chilling like a mother lover. It's crazy, guys. This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. 1 minute, guys. So yeah, that is some really nutty stuff. If you got somebody that's going out of their way, like you saw a person up on the roof, and then minutes later, or maybe an hour or so later, Charlie Kirk loses his life. That same person that was up on that roof in that same area is booking it, running, right? Now, police could literally say that guy worked for Charlie Kirk, and maybe that's not where the shot was fired. But I believe that's where the shot was fired, guys. Okay? For sure. But that is some terrifying stuff.
Vance. He fought for the Trump-Vance movement. In this election, he was the youngest speaker at the RNC in 2016. He's been around politics for many years. And so the degree, I think, to which official Washington is reeling tonight, I think is very real, Tom.
All right, Hallie, stand by for us. We thank you for that. I want to bring in Tom Winter again. Tom, let's get our viewers caught up here because we know that somebody is now in custody. The FBI director calling him a subject.
We got more. Hold on, guys.
Calling him a person of interest, but investigators and law enforcement believe they have the man who allegedly assassinated Charlie Kirk.
That's right, Tom. There's growing confidence tonight that the individual that Utah officials have described as a person of interest, that the FBI director in his ex-social media posts described as a suspect, is in fact the person that they've been looking for and is the person responsible for this political assassination. The FBI Salt Lake City field office, which will work with the Utah officials in this investigation, telling people that if they have any videos, and Tom, you and I have seen probably a dozen, 2 dozen videos of this today. If you have any videos, any digital evidence, tips.fbi.gov, or to reach out to your local field office with any sort of information about this. We've been stopping these videos because obviously we don't want to show the death of somebody. Right. That's generally our policy here, obviously. But yes, they're looking for more information, and there's growing confidence in this. It did strike me at the press conference. They were asked if there was any sort of a foreign connection, and the official that answered said no comment. Was that no comment because they just didn't know yet, or that's an avenue that they're investigating? Again, all questions that we have and question investigators.
And it's still very early. They also revealed a little bit of the evidence they had, or at least the clues they're looking at. Closed circuit television, the suspect allegedly dressed in all black. Have they mentioned the weapon yet? Have they mentioned any casings yet? Are they not there yet, or at least not ready to reveal that to the public? Maybe they don't.
Not information we have yet, but just in speaking with firearms experts and listening to our own Jim Kavanaugh, our expert, this would have had to have been a long gun at that range. To
200 yards.
Somebody with a handgun would have been very difficult. So some sort of a long gun, either a rifle or a semi-automatic rifle that somebody would have used to be able to hit Charlie Kirk.
And it's chilling how similar this is to Butler in the sense that it was somebody on a roof, shooting down from a roof at a public event, someone speaking, and then just taking them out from that vantage point.
Yeah, let's put ourselves in the shoes of that chief of police today. He's got an event on campus. Charlie Kirk appeared to have some security with him. He has some officers that are there. And so now, Tom, you're in a situation where you're going to host these events on campus. And these days, given how, our political environment, everybody's kind of a lightning rod.
Absolutely. I agree. I need to play something for you guys. Okay. I'm not showing the video. Okay. I'm not showing the video, but I want to play something for you guys because this is the conversation. I don't know if we'll be able to hear it. Okay. But this is I think this is the conversation that he had right before he got shot. Hold on. It's about 20. Okay. It's 20 seconds long. I just want to play this really quick to see what we hear.
So, do you know how many transgender Americans have been mass shooters over the last 10 years?
Do you hear that? You heard that, right? I want to make this abundantly clear. And I'm not kidding. This is not 60 to 90 seconds. It is literally seconds after he talks about transgender assailants in mass tragedies that Charlie Kirk gets hit. I'm going to play a little bit of this. This is literally 20 seconds, and then he's hit. I want to make that abundantly clear, okay? Hold on. Did they end it? Did they end it? Maybe they're coming back. Maybe they're coming back. I'm gonna let them cook. I want you to hear this. Because it's almost perfect timing. It's creepy, but it's perfect timing. Hear me out. Take a listen.
So, do you know how many transgender Americans have been mass shooters over the last 10 years?
Too many.
It's 5. Okay, now 5 is a lot, right? I'm gonna give you some credit. Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America?
A second later, literally a second later, Charlie Kirk is hit. Literally a second later. Two seconds later. Sorry. 2 seconds later. Charlie Kirk is hit. I'm going to play that one more time. This is literally the conversation. He says what he says. Charlie Kirk says something, responds. Then he talks about mass tragedies again. The guy who's asking him these questions. And then all of a sudden, Charlie Kirk gets popped. You mean to tell me there's no connection? You mean to tell me that there's no connection? Hold on. Hold on. I'm going to play it one more time. I'm not playing the video up here, okay? And I'm stopping where the actual, tragedy happens, because we don't need to see all that. In fact, we can handle that. Hold on. This is nuts, y'all. This whole thing, it's a signal. It was absolutely a signal, y'all. This is absolutely a signal. There's no way that this is not a signal. This is crazy. Hold on. So I'm going to do it like this. Okay? Don't worry. I got you. I'm a surgeon with this thing. I'm not going to play it to the part where you know what I mean? But I need you guys to see and hear what's going on. You're not going to see the moment where he gets hit. But the conversation that's happening right before he gets hit is massively important. Hear me out and take a listen one more time.
So, do you know how many transgender Americans have been mass shooters over the last 10 years?
Too many.
It's 5. Okay, now 5 is a lot, right? I'm gonna give you some credit. Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America?
I'm stopping it right there because 2 seconds later, he gets hit. 2 seconds later, he gets hit. Now, it looks like the guy is like, if you could see, I'm going to blow this up so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Don't worry. I'm not going to press play or anything. Okay. I'm not going to do you like guys like that. All right. He's wearing it looks like he's just wearing all black. Like he's wearing a black hoodie. Okay. He's got a black hat on. There's somebody else that's wearing a red right next to him. Okay. Seconds after that guy asked the question about transgender mass assailants, Charlie Kirk gets hit. You mean to tell me that wasn't choreographed? The guy is on a speaker, like he's on a microphone. The PA is blasting through the event so that everyone can hear. He's talking about mass tragedies, transgender assailants. Charlie Kirk has his quick little quick little comment. Too many, right? And then the room erupts or the area erupts because, of course, there's a lot of Charlie Kirk supporters in there too. And then he continues. Play that part again. That part.
It's 5. Okay, now 5 is a lot, right? I'm gonna give you some credit. Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America?
Do you know how many mass assailants? Do you know how many mass assailants there's been in America? Now, I'm not playing the rest because I don't want the sound. I don't even want you guys to hear the sound of the gun going off. But this is 20, like this clip is 57 seconds long. We are at second 20, we're 21 seconds in. At second 24, 25-ish is when Charlie Kirk loses his life. So it's not 60 to 90 seconds later. It's 3 seconds later. Bang. Like I said, yeah, and I referenced Malcolm X, okay? Get your hand out my pocket. Blow, right? Same situation here. Transgender mass assailants, do you know how many? Do you know how many? Way too many, right? Do you know how many mass, assailants there were in America? Bang. Come on, y'all. That's some crazy stuff. That's some crazy stuff. So again, they better be finding that dude right here. I'm going to show him again. This mother lover right here. They need to be asking him questions right here. He's wearing a black hat. He looks like he's wearing like a black hoodie. Okay? A black hoodie. And he's definitely the one asking him that question. And then as soon as he gets done asking that question, blah. And if you don't know Malcolm X, or at least the movie about Malcolm X, okay, there was a code. There was a trigger word or phrase that they used before he actually lost his life. And it literally was, get your hand out my pocket. And then they took out Malcolm X. Real talk. So it does seem kind of like a Malcolm X copy. Yes, it does seem like that a little bit. Yeah, Kay Evers. Yeah, it's a damn good movie. Damn good movie. Okay. But yeah, real talk. Bang. As soon as he went up there, started doing his thing, asking that question. You see what I'm saying? Somebody else was up there asking him about religion, apparently talking about some religious conversation. Maybe it was something about, I don't know, Israel, Gaza. I don't know anything. I don't know any of those things. Muslim, anything of the talk about spirituality, whatever. They got done doing their debate. That person left. This person went on. And as soon as that person went on, he gets hit. And this is also a school tragedy. I'm just saying, who is this mother lover? And why aren't they interrogating the hell out of that person? right now. And if they're not doing that, they need to do that immediately. Hold on, guys. Better view. Oh, there's another angle, y'all. Okay, I got to be very careful with this. But I'm going to show you another view. This is what the guy looks like. Hold on. Right there. He's not wearing a red shirt, y'all. Just so you know. Look at that guy. Take a good look. We already heard what he had to say. I'm not playing it again because I haven't seen this video, and I want to make sure, I don't play any video of any angle where of course, Charlie Kirk loses his life. Okay, I'm not doing that. But take a look, y'all. Take a look right there. This is the guy that asked that question. And I'm not sitting here saying that he had anything to do with it, but he potentially could. He potentially could. Okay? Take a look. Take a good look at the dude. They better be bringing him in. Or that's just a coincidence. That's just a coincidence? Really? Okay. I'm just saying. Now, if they really did arrest the guy, let's find out. Hold on. But that's the dude. That's the dude right there. Now you see his face. You hear him talking. Hear him talk one more time. I'm not playing the whole clip, trust, because I don't know how far along it goes, okay? But you can see his face right here.
Let me give you some credit. Do you know how many mass shooters there are?
Why would he go up there, ask that very question, and then a man go up there and brah? Just saying. I could be wrong. It could just be straight up a coinky dink. But this is too much of a coincidence. That's too on the nose. It's too on beat. Does that make sense? That's too on the beat, y'all. But let me continue here because we got some more info. Okay. Let's see here. Apparently, this is the guy that got detained. Apparently. No, I'm just looking at the time because I want to make sure. Oh, okay. Let's take a look. This is a video of allegedly the guy getting arrested.
I think they just found the guy right outside of Carry On. Rifle on this dude's dash, and they just handcuffed him.
He looks like an old dude, guys. He looks like an older man. He doesn't look like a guy who's like a college student, at least. So who's this dude? And if this is the guy, yes, he is not black, or he's not in black, but he could have changed his clothes when he ran. Okay. And he looks like a Caucasian male, at least from this angle, but he may not be Caucasian. You never know. Okay. So, some must be light skinned did. Okay. Some must be light skinned did. But from this angle, he looks old, but he could be young. Just his hair looks raggedy as hell. Let's check it out. Show his face.
Shit.
That's an old man. That is definitely an old man. Okay. Or a very handsome woman. I'm kidding. That's a man. Okay. This is nuts.
Do you see his gun?
There's his weapon.
That's his rifle.
There's the rifle. There's the rifle. There's that rifle. So would it be a coincidence that he would be there at the same time and he's getting arrested, having a rifle in the same area just after Charlie Kirk got erased off this planet? It looked like it had a little silencer on it too. Did it not? That's weird, y'all. I mean, we'll see soon enough. I mean, was the guy riding a bike? That's the one thing I'm trying to figure out. Was he caught riding a bike? Now, could that be the guy? I mean, shoot. It could very well be him. I don't know. It is interesting that he is. Oh, wow. I mean, there's footage of him actually, Charlie Kirk, getting like rushed into a car to get taken to the hospital. I'm not going to show you guys that, but there is footage of that too. Yeah, this is all bad. This is all very, very bad. Yeah, I mean, maybe he's the getaway driver, the guy that just got arrested. Maybe he is. Maybe that's what they mean by they have somebody detained. They have a person of interest arrested, but he also could be the guy. I mean, let's be real. Okay. He could really be, that could really be the guy. Obviously, we still don't know we're still waiting on information, right? I mean, just looking at this too. I mean, this is moments before he did the debate with people. He's just passing out hats and all that, and everyone's like, everyone's hype.
There you go. Right on. You got it.
Imagine that, guys. Like I said, this is moments before he lost his life. Okay? Moments before he lost his life. He's tossing out hats, he's shaking hands, he's doing what he do. And then suddenly out of nowhere, he gets asked about mass tragedies done by transgender assailants and then loses his life. So again, let me just say this. The guy that is doing the questions with Charlie Kirk, where is that guy now? Because it's too on time, too coincidental that he would ask that question and then a shot be fired right after, seconds after. Seconds, okay? That is insane. There's something up here they need to interrogate and ask some questions, get and find that man. I'm sorry, guys. He could be innocent or he could have everything to do. He could be a mastermind or a part of this whole thing. He could be a co-conspirator to this whole thing as well. Okay? But again, something ain't right, y'all. Something just ain't right with that whole thing. Okay. Yes, I also heard about that, Maymag. Thank you so much. I'll most likely be covering or talking about it, in a short or something like that as soon as I'm done with this here. But yeah, I hear three individuals lost their lives, or 3 individuals were hit. Hold on, I'm checking here. Because I have it. I found the article. What does it say? I could have sworn it said something about three people, multiple people. So multiple people hit. But I don't have any confirmation on how many people. 3 people were transported to the hospital. So again, they're saying 3 included the actual the assailant, and the 4th juvenile who did not attend the school were taken to the hospital. And this was 28 miles southwest of Denver. Just crazy. But thank you so much for letting me know about that. But that's the thing. The fact that there's so much pew violence going on in these streets is absolutely mind-boggling to me. Okay? It's an everyday thing now. And this is insane. Okay? It's crazy. All right. Grace emailed you again, made a post yesterday. Yeah, I saw that. I sent you videos, but you're gonna ignore since you ended up covering them. Yes, I saw them. Thank you so much. Okay. IV4, you said a bunch of things. So I'm going to do this. Yes. So racist hate speech provokes violence. It does. It does. I wish it wasn't like that. I wish it was, we find a better way to talk and reconcile our differences for sure. Trump will make the situation worse. I hope not, but he could. He has the potential of doing that. But it's all the other people around him too. Again, it all depends on the people that surround him as well. So we'll see how it all goes down. This is the moment we need a leader to bring the nation together. Trump will stoke more tension and divisiveness. I couldn't agree more about the need for the country to be unified rather than separated. I couldn't agree more. I really could not agree more. And yes, we do need somebody who is less divisive, who can lead and try to unite the country together. That would be phenomenal. But I don't know if we're seeing that anytime soon, which is kind of tragic. Let me see here. I'm just seeing if there's any more updates. I mean, this is absolutely, let me just say this. This is insane, okay? This is insane. Extremely tragic. I am shook. I'm sure a lot of you guys are too. Serenity, yes. From what you read, yeah, then I just read that too, live on the show. The shot came from 200 feet. They say 200 yards away. I could have sworn they said something like that. Or maybe not 200 yards. Hold on. Have mercy. I'm on crack. Hold on. So much information. Hold on. I want to get that right. So give me a second. Let me make sure I got that correct. Yep, they are saying, according to Wall Street Journal, fatal shot came from a building 200 yards away. I want to make that abundantly clear, okay? 200 yards away. I just wanted to make that correction correct, okay? Make sure that my correction was correct. Lauren S., thank you so much for being a member for the past 46 months. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Left, right, center, doesn't matter where you stand. We're all human beings, and we should be hoping for Charlie's recovery. No one deserves that. I agree 110%. I agree. But what's crazy is that there are now videos hopping up online where people are rejoicing. Literally, they're doing TikToks rejoicing that Charlie Kirk that he's gone. I think that's crazy. Okay. That's crazy. Hollywood 2000, thank you so much for the love. We all must wait for facts because this could have been done for a non-political reason by someone he may know. That is true too. That is true. You got a point there. I mean, but it seems fairly political. Assailants, okay? If that happened at the same, if he's connected, the guy who asked that question, then yeah, there may be, it may be political, okay? So this may be for political reasons. So we'll see what happens though, okay? We'll see what happens. We're still waiting to see, I'm still sticking around for a little bit to see if there's more information. MB, thank you so much for being a member for the past 21 months. I appreciate it. Everything's politicized. Nothing is humanized anymore. This is a rotating door of violence. Absolutely. And that's the thing. The more lack of respect that we have for human beings, the more lack of respect that we have for human life. And now we're seeing more and more every single day. Every single day, people getting attacked, people losing their lives, our children getting deeply traumatized, literally dodging bullets in their own schools. As we were talking about this Charlie Kirk situation, another tragedy happened in Colorado, just a little bit southwest of Denver. 4 people actually hit, or 3 people hit, and then of course the gunman as well. That's crazy. I can prep too. Thank you so much for the love. All are punished, Shakespeare. Yes, absolutely. That's where we're at now. We're all screwed, all of us. And it doesn't matter what side of this political spectrum you're on, y'all. It doesn't matter anymore. It's insane. They don't care. These assailants don't care. And they're on both sides, y'all. They're doing it both. They're doing all this crazy stuff on both sides, y'all. Bluebird, thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome to the family. And just like Bluebird, please consider becoming a member by simply hitting that join button down below, okay? Grace, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for being a member for 26 months. I appreciate it. Email you a video of on the rooftop. Yep. Thank you so much. Now, the guy that they have detained may actually be the guy. Let me just repeat that again. The guy that they have detained right now could very well be the guy. But let's see what they do, right? Let's let them cook. Jupiter Moon, thank you so much for the love. Pascal, another topic. Why is it okay for a school of any kind to promote extra credit for students? Oh, wow. Come on now, real talk. That's insane. That's insane. I didn't know that. Why is it okay for a school of any kind to promote extra credit if students to go to see him speak? That's crazy. Oh, I don't like that. I'd be like, okay, you could take that You can take that extra credit. I'm good. That's just me, though. Like I said, that's just me. Just because I don't like appreciate his rhetoric and his angle on things doesn't mean that there's somebody else that's not going to appreciate it and like it. You know what I mean? So that's crazy. And yeah, that's definitely a red state type of move, I feel. Okay. Brian Enton's reporting that it is not the guy. Let me see. We're going to be hopping back on the live here in a little bit, the live feed here in just a minute. But let's see what Brian Enton has to say. I mean, everything that Brian Enton has put out is already stuff that we already know. So you said Utah governor says that they have person of interest in custody who is being interviewed right now. They say this point, there's no information that a second assailant is involved in this tragedy. The assailant was captured on security cam footage, dressed in all black clothing. A longer distance shot from a roof. And then they say he was in Charlie Kirk was in the lower bowl area, surrounded by buildings for his event. This assailant was on the roof, authorities say, and that's basically all he said so far. But then he says FBI director says Charlie Kirk's assailant suspect or the suspect is now in custody. He just tweeted that, Cash Patel. But law enforcement, giving the press conference, doesn't seem to know if that guy is the actual suspect or not. So again, like I said, he's basically saying the same things I've already said, So again, it's all strange. All of it is strange. Let me see. I was pulling something up here just to see if there was any more updates here. So I'm going to check these as well. I mean, if they don't know where anybody is, like if they feel like the assailant, or if they feel like the person of interest is not the suspect, ooh, they got some spinning. They better start combing every single student, interrogating every single student, combing every single building to see if they can find this monster. Okay, but again, FBI confident person of interest is the assailant. So, senior FBI official told the NBC News that the person of interest, Utah authorities announced, is the same person FBI Director Cash Patel was referring to in his X post. Like I said, in his X post, he said, yeah, we got the dude, that the suspect has been detained. So that video of the guy on the side of the road getting arrested with his long rifle could very well be the assailant. Now I want to know who the hell this guy is, right? Now I got questiones, as I always do when it comes to kind of these situations. So again, Cash Patel, he's saying that they got him. Authorities give mixed answers about suspect, but say the person of interest is in custody. Like I said, the person is not George Zim, okay, or Zinn. I'm sorry, the man who was initially detained after this tragedy, but was not a match to this assailant's description. They also said that the guy who got arrested, right, this George Zinn guy, they said that he's still getting charged with obstruction of justice, which is interesting too. I'm wondering why, right? Why is he getting obstruction of justice? What did he do? What did he do? So I'm quite curious about that. This is crazy. This whole thing is nuck and futz, y'all. Nuck and futz indeed. man. Well, let me see. I got too many windows open. Hold on. Let me close out some of these windows. Let's see. They said his name is George Zinn. Let me see something here. Yeah, this is the guy. That's weird. So, according to a tweet, let me show you guys. According to a tweet, it says this assailant or this person who was arrested, but then he got let go. This guy, George Zinn, okay, because online users identified him as George Zinn, okay. Apparently, he was pleading the officers to pew him. So he was previously arrested in 2013 after offering to help place boom booms near the Salt Lake City Marathon. Oh, that's crazy, dude. That's crazy. And he was in the same spot? George Zinn was there? What? That's crazy, right? That's crazy. So, George, let me repeat that again so you can hear this. Again, take this with a grain of salt. Apparently, online users identified that guy who was saying, please, please, pew me. The old man. We were all calling him Larry David for a minute there, right? That man, he was identified online as George Zinn. Again, take this as with a grain of salt. He was previously arrested in 2013 after offering to help place boom booms near the Salt Lake City Marathon. Video also shows him claiming to be a 9/11 survivor. Oh, he's just, so in other words, he's just crazy. So it could be one big collective attack, guys. This is insane. Hold on. Let's take a look.
Shoot me! Shoot me! Was that you? We don't know if it's him or not.
This is nuts.
Hey, let him be! Hey, leave it.
This is crazy, but well, here's the thing, though. With this whole thing, what's really interesting about this is that he could just be a lunatic. He could straight up be a lunatic. Then, also, what's really sad is that you got a lot of other people that are mad that are trying to come at him. But if he had nothing to do with this, they would have been going after hurting the wrong person. Does that make sense? Yes, George Zinn was released. So at first they believed for him to be involved in this situation, but he has nothing to do with it. He's been released, and apparently he got a charge of some sort, like a obstruction of justice. But other than that, why was he there then? And if he really is the person who tried to put boom booms at the Salt Lake City Marathon, this is a big deal, right? This is a very, very big deal. So yeah, this is crazy. I mean, you know, was he there as a plant? You see what I'm saying? So again, that's that. I'm gonna play that video one more again.
Shoot me! Shoot me! Was that you? We don't know if it's him or not.
You heard that, right? They said, "Is it him?" And he said, "We don't know if it's him or not." That's what the cop just screamed, saying. Just to clarify, because you know it's going to be mad people and it's going to be an angry mob coming after a dude that maybe had nothing to do with it. You feel me? So now this is insane.
Hey, let him be. Hey, leave
This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. Okay, but now that guy has been released, so he's out of the picture now. For now, but again, like I said, he got obstruction of justice. Just a quick reminder, okay? Obstruction of justice. So, I'm wondering what the hell is going on here now, because this is crazy, crazy, crazy. Let me see here. Yeah. What a wild day. Hold on, let's see. There's a witness that did an interview. Hold on. This is nuts. We are living in some wild times, guys. Stay safe out there, y'all.
Station KTVX. Here's a new video, by the way. This is from earlier, Charlie Kirk being rushed away. And now let's join their live coverage and see what they're picking up after the death of Charlie Kirk.
Your thoughts here, what you're seeing, what you're hearing now that we have that confirmation?
Well, absolutely heartbroken. I mean, Charlie Kirk, one of the biggest political activists in the world, who advocates for free speech, here on campus, talking with students. There's a few students who were able to exchange ideas, and we talked to students who had different ideas, just said that they appreciate that he came on campus, is willing to have a conversation with them. To hear President Trump now say that he's dead is just, it's heartbreaking, and it's also just shocking because of how contentious campuses are when he goes to them. We know that Turning Point USA says they're active on 3,500 different campuses. They have a lot of supporters. And the part that makes Turning Point USA so interesting on social media is that there are other students with different voices that participate at these events. So we know that Charlie Kirk travels to all these different campuses with his security team. We also know that campuses are alerted ahead of time when Charlie Kirk comes and speaks at different campuses across the United States. So what exactly happened here? How many police, how many security were at this event? What was the process of them making sure that students were coming in, weren't armed, or anybody else who was coming in? Because remember, this wasn't just students. We heard from different employees in the area, students from other campuses who attended events like this. And we got a chance to speak to one of them now. If I could go ahead and have you step a little closer to me. First of all, were you in attendance, and how far were you from the speaking?
Yes, I was in attendance today. I was probably 10, 15 feet away from Charlie Kirk, so pretty close to him.
Yeah. What did you see?
I'm sure you've already described it. I don't know if I want to describe it again, but it was pretty traumatizing, pretty terrible. What happened? Just an overall sad situation.
And you were telling us that. Did it appear like there was a lot of security there, or not much?
No, I mean, we registered for tickets, but they weren't even looking for tickets. Anyone could just walk in. It was at probably the worst place in campus because there's so many areas where anyone can just walk in. So yeah, I would say the security level, I would say UVU kind of felt him in a way.
Well, you followed Charlie for some time now, right?
Yeah.
So you see, like, when Turning Point USA goes to different campuses, like how contentious it could be, right? Yes. Was it surprising that there wasn't more checks and balances entering the campus?
I think it was super surprising, yes. I think for sure in an event like this, where there's debate, and Charlie, sometimes he likes to provoke, they should have a lot more security, just because everyone's welcome.
And I agree with that 110%. Like, for real, these guys need to make sure that these people are properly vetted. Because again, they, for him, let's be real. With all due respect, this is a guy who thrived off of controversy. He thrived off of debate. You can't have a debate with somebody that agrees with you 100%, right? So again, he's known to be doing these types of conversations. And then suddenly he's grown that to a place where people, there's certain people that don't like him, right? It's the same thing, like I said, about Steven Crowder. Same thing about Candace Owens. Same thing about any of these, Ben Shapiro. I know we've already mentioned these guys a million times before, but it's just like those other conservative political pundits that have bombastic ideas or they have controversial ideas, and they do these debates all the live long day, and they thrive off of people that disagree with them. It's the whole thing. Change my mind, prove me wrong, etc. So of course you got to make sure that should come with the territory, making sure that you have the proper amount of protection and security. Okay. Listen, I'm not trying to punch down at a man who just lost his life, but I'm just saying this is something that needs for all these other people that are doing that kind of content. They all need to wake the F up. They really do, because there's a lot of people in their feelings out here, y'all. There's a lot of people that don't know how to express themselves verbally and only resort to grabbing a weapon. We're now seeing it out here everywhere. And instead of it being at the club and somebody getting in their fifis because someone scuffed up their favorite shoes, we're now seeing it out here in the streets, out here at a college campus, where he should be surrounded by nothing but his peers, maybe a few naysayers, maybe a few people that want to debate him, but also be around people that are going to protect him and have a decent amount of security detail. But that's the thing. When you become that name, that conservative name, that controversial name, your money better be spent on that security, and you better make sure that security just tight as hell, because situations like this could happen. This can happen anytime. And now we just saw the worst thing, a nightmare, actually come to fruition right in front of our eyes. And this can happen not only just to conservatives, but also liberals as well. All of them need to wake the F up, okay? Nobody's untouchable. Nobody.
So, tell me a little bit about the aftermath. After this gunshot went off, what happened afterwards?
So I was with one of my good friends, and as soon as the gun went off, we both hit the floor, started praying. Everyone was screaming. And then, we got up and we just started running, and we made it to our apartment. So.
Yeah, you're right around this area. Did you see any students kind of like get injured as everyone was trying to escape?
No, but I did see a select group of students who stood up and cheered after the fact, which was really sad to see.
You're kidding me.
No.
Well,
thank you for watching. Subscribe.
Yeah. No, I am not saying. Somebody said on TikTok, are you trying to? Are you like knocking him? Are you blaming him for not having security? No, I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is that we now live in a time that security is even more important. And so for him and anybody else, there should be security. They need security, y'all. That's it. Because you can't just come into a place like that, open field type situation, and have these types of conversations, especially when everything's so volatile out here in these streets. That's all. It's a very messed up time that we're living in. And these are the times that we need to be extra careful. And this is a tragic situation, but this should also be a wake-up call for all these other content creators that are in the same vein, in the same trajectory as him, as far as talking about controversial topics. Maybe you have a certain knack for making certain groups of people react to you viscerally, and that. It's one thing if you don't know. It's another thing when you do know. And if you do know, these are the times that we need to be more careful. That's it. Okay. Like I said, the likes of Candace Owens, the likes of Nick Fuentes, Ben Shapiro, those, you know what I mean? Steven Crowder. Okay. Steven Crowder is basically the one who started the whole change my mind conversation. Is he not? Alongside Charlie Kirk? And there's quite a visceral reaction to Steven Crowder and to Charlie Kirk. So all I'm saying is they need to be safe. All of them. And security definitely needs to be amped up big time. Because now we're living in a crazy, crazy, crazy time. Now, let me see if there's some more stuff, because obviously this is crazy.
Decided to go watch Charlie Kirk between my classes. So,
my name's Paris. I just wanted to come and watch what I thought would be a civil conversation, and it turned completely different.
What did you see?
I looked down when it happened, but
so basically, I heard a loud bang, which I figured a shot would be a little bit louder, but I just saw it hit him in the chest, and then all of a sudden just tons of blood gushing right out where his heart is, and then he like fell over and slumped down, and everybody got down and was screaming, and then we all ran.
Can you describe just, did he appear to be moving afterward or what?
Not at all. I personally believe he was dead on impact.
Oh my goodness. What happened after that? What did you see?
Everyone got down. Everyone was so scared. And I just grabbed her, and my boss was with us, which is her mom. She was like, run. And we finally got up and followed the crowd, and I just kept holding her. I don't even have my shoes on. I left my keys, and everyone's just like scared. Like it's traumatizing. Like, you know, it scares. It's like, I don't even want to go to school tomorrow, you know? Yeah. So
I agree with that statement.
Yeah, I'm scared to go to school, but.
You heard
I mean, I don't blame any of these students. I wouldn't want to go to school either after seeing something like that. Real talk, I'd be terrified. I'd be absolutely terrified. You know? It's nuts. Okay. Hold on. Beautiful message, ball. Thank you so much. Let's not forget the Ryan Routh. Yep. The wannabe. Yep. Jury selection starts this week too. Oh, interesting news. Thank you for that info. Thank you for that heads up. Carol Naylor. Thank you so much. The man in the clip told police he had okay. But law enforcement later confirmed he was not a suspect. So maybe he was just crazy. So that guy, George Zinn, who was sitting there going like, you know, take me out, right? The older guy, you know, Larry David, Larry David, we've been calling him, right? He may have just been crazy and just saying crazy stuff because he's crazy, right? So maybe that's why they're saying obstruction of justice, because he was sitting there saying, yeah, I did it, but I know my rights, right? Only to find out that he has nothing to do with it. You see what I'm saying? So that's maybe what happened here too. Interesting stuff. Let's continue.
One shot. Were there multiple shots or?
Just one shot straight into Charlie Kirk, and that was it. And I think they got him.
And did you see the person who fired the shot or anything like that?
No, I just knew that it came to the right of me and went just directly into his heart. So.
I got a picture of him.
Did you? What did you see as far as? I mean, was the crowd? How was the crowd reacting to him? I mean, he is somewhat known for being provocative, but what was going on beforehand? What was he talking about?
So the first student got up and they were talking about religion, Mormonism, and Christianity, and the second student to get up was talking about transgenderism and how gun violence has been very frequent with that community, and that is when it happened. Pretty ironic.
Yeah. Right after, during, right on that topic.
Yeah, it's when he got shot in the heart.
Very ironic.
Yeah. What did you all see? You're joining us. What did you see?
Well, I was about to enter the building. I heard what I thought was a gunshot, and I hurried and took cover. And then I saw the students running out, and I saw her. She was panicking. I thought she's having a panic attack. So then I grabbed her, and we ran through the tunnel, and then just brought her to my car over here to get her to calm down. So, yeah.
You?
I was watching from pretty close up, and I heard a pop, and I thought, no, that nobody's shooting firecrackers, right? This is the middle of the day. And then I watched a fountain of blood come out of the side of his neck like a water fountain. And it was surreal. Everyone dropped.
Yeah.
And I was like, where's the gunman? I don't see any gunman. And then I dropped because I'm just a very logical thinker like that. And so, yeah. And then a friend of mine drove me over here, just barely dropped me off, but he got a picture of the gunman. And it's pretty embarrassing. He got his pants pulled down as they took him down. And he sent me a picture. He was wearing garment bottoms, or what looked like white knee shorts. Just, Utah.
Obviously a volatile situation. And what was the crowd's reaction when all of this happened? You said you were up, you were standing there, a little frozen, it sounds like.
Sorry, I have to say this. I just realized this. South Park did a whole episode where they were roasting the hell out of not only Trump but also Charlie Kirk. Didn't that episode just happen like a few weeks ago? I mean, there might not be any connection at all, but they were roasting the hell out of Charlie Kirk just like a month ago. Could there be a connection there or no? I don't know. You never know where these people, these crazy lunatics are getting their inspiration from. You know what I'm saying? You just never know. So again, interesting. Let's continue. I just remember that. I was literally thinking of Cartman, because I actually saw the episode. Okay. Yeah, the whole season's going to be about Trump, of course, but that whole episode was about basically Charlie Kirk. So this, I am kind of curious about that. There may be no connection, but maybe there is. I don't know.
What was the crowd's reaction?
Everyone freaked out and screamed. And then after everyone was leaving, there was just a lot of confusion until the cops started making everyone leave because people were still standing around and talking and in clusters, but the majority had run. And so, after that, the police forced everyone in and they started roping off the courtyard in yellow police tape. And then as we were walking through the hall, policemen with large... The campus was being shut down.
What did you see with the police? Was there a police presence there from the beginning? How did it unfold?
Yeah, so there definitely was a police presence there. I saw some on top of the balcony above and some below. And of course, you have Kirk's own kind of bodyguards around. But I will definitely say we saw a lot more after the shooting, of course.
Of course. You said you may have seen something?
Well, I'm just saying Charlie Kirk is a hero. All right?
He is absolutely.
He's
Pray for
absolutely
him.
a hero.
We don't know if he's still alive.
Everybody in there was very concerned for him. And all I could think of was go towards Charlie because I just want to know if he was okay. A lot of people like him. He's a very courageous man.
What did you see? Can you just recap what you saw?
Yeah, I saw him just go over to the side. So everybody then dispersed and ran into the buildings or all over. But so I went toward Charlie, and then pretty soon they got somebody. The police arrested someone. They were dragging him all the way down. Older man, white hair, blue shirt.
Yeah, they okay. So these are the witnesses to the whole situation. We're getting a little bit more information, obviously, from them, which I do appreciate. I think I know some of y'all are like, why is that girl smiling? Well, I mean, some people when they're nervous, they smile. It just happens. Have you seen somebody laugh at a funeral? I have. You know what I mean? Have you seen somebody cry and bawl at a wedding? I have. So I mean, it just is what it is. I don't think it's anything deeper than what it is. But they are calling him a hero. They're calling Charlie Kirk a hero. And of course, they're just talking about how shook they are, how surprised and shocked they are about this whole situation. And yeah, this is a shocking situation. This is shocking, to be ground zero at a place so terrifying at a moment like this. I'm telling you right now, how he got hit. Okay, when he got hit, it was almost like a scene. I'm not kidding. It was like a scene from. It instantly made me think of Saving Private Ryan. Instantly, I'm like, oh my God, you know what I mean? It felt fake, but it was so real. Okay. So of course they're just talking about all that, right? So all that terrifying stuff. Of course, they're all there supporters of Kirk. Okay, they are. They're supporters of him. So of course they're gonna say, hey, he's gonna sit there and say, hey, I'm they're gonna say that he's a hero. They're supporters of him. You know what I mean? So yeah, all this is very shocking, nonetheless. Okay, I want to see if we find anything else, because I'm waiting to see if they're going to give us anything more. Like, okay, he has been, the suspect has been identified, the assailant has been caught, so on and so forth. You know what I mean? But they haven't said anything yet. Let's see here. Hold on. Let's see. Nope. One second, guys. Yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene even talks about this. Let's take a look.
And the whole Turning Point USA family, and it's the worst thing. Shocking, and everyone's really devastated. My children are devastated. Just everyone I know. There really aren't words.
Can you speak to his importance to the conservative movement, to your own political rise?
I really think what was great about Charlie Kirk, and I was just telling Tia this, is he would go on college campuses and tell young people to get married and have children, and just talk about how wonderful it is to be married and have children. He shared the word of God. He was a Christian, and he shared the gospel of Jesus Christ, and he encouraged young people. And he also would have debates on ideas on college campuses, which, I mean, that's our First Amendment, and college campuses have always been a place for that. And I believe today he was killed for the words that he says and the things that he stood for. And we're honestly shocked. We're devastated, shocked, and angry. And those are just natural feelings.
How close were you to him?
Charlie Kirk was a friend. He was a good friend. I spoke at many of his events over the years, knew him when he was a lot younger. And I mean, he's not much older than my oldest daughter, but I just think it's really, honestly horrific.
I mean, obviously, everybody, on the conservative side and the left. I mean, I feel like the left and the right should be reacting to this pretty much the same way. Excuse me, as far as this being a shocking moment. Okay, it's shocking. It's disturbing. It's heartbreaking. It's crazy. By the way, this is so random. Okay, left turn. But Marjorie Taylor Greene got a lot of work. She got work done. You could tell, right? Am I crazy? Because I remember what she looked like before. And then now, you know what I mean? She you know what I mean? She looks different now. Different. But anyway, I'm also wondering if Don Lemon is out there, if he got a chance to interview Marjorie Taylor Greene too. But I am kind of curious to see if he has talked about this at all. Yep, of course he talked about this. Of course he did. Let's take a look. Hold on. I'm just curious what he had to say about any of this.
Immediately,
released. The Associated Press is currently saying that Charlie Kirk is in critical condition. Now, I'm going to show you the...
Sorry, Don, very quickly, we have an update on that. The New York Times just reported that the police have determined that the person who was taken into custody after the shooting was not actually the shooter, according to Scott Trotter, a university spokesman. University had earlier said the suspect was in custody. The videos online showed an older man being detained by police officers. That is apparently not the suspected shooter.
We
got it.
Record in this.
We got a whole doggone panel talking about this. Okay.
And you are not a fan, I know, of Charlie Kirk at all, of his political leanings, what he says about women, black people, gay people, trans people. You hate it.
Yep. I hate what he stood for. Okay. But I had Joe Walsh on my show today, and Joe Walsh is one of those guys that helped Charlie Kirk start Turning Point USA. Joe was very emotional on my show today, and he said when Charlie was private, he's very different than when he was public. He was more brass when he was public. And Joe had a lot of nice things to say about Charlie Kirk. Obviously, I don't agree with anything Charlie Kirk stood for, the misogyny, the racism. And I talked about that a lot on the air, but for God's sakes, he didn't deserve this. This is horrible. I hope the person who is responsible for this is in jail for the rest of their life.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like that's what he said, exactly what I've been saying, right? You know, just because I don't agree with the guy does not mean that the guy deserves to be, you know, taken off this planet. You know what I mean? This is terrible stuff. All of it is terrible. I'm just checking to see if there's any more information here, because again, this is just nuts. Okay, absolutely nuts. Hold on, guys. Let's see. Hold on.
And good evening. Tonight, a new chapter in this era of political violence. Conservative political activist Charlie Kirk is dead, assassinated while speaking on a college campus in Utah. These videos capture the chaos in the crowd as at least one gunshot rang out, striking Kirk near his neck. It happened in broad daylight in front of a large crowd of thousands. Kirk had been talking about mass shootings when the shot was fired. Little is known about the shooter, but moments ago, authorities said they have a person of interest now in custody. But
that's a very good question. Sorry. Sally just asked, do you know if there was a security sweep beforehand? I have not heard anything about a security sweep, but there may have been a small effort. Okay. But you know, like I said, I don't think that. I mean, you know, he had security detail, but you got to remember, you know, it's not like he has it wasn't like he had like a full on Secret Service detail with him. So again, you know, I'm sure it's only so much that his money can cover. And of course, you know, what happened to him is crazy, but I doubt they did. I doubt that they even did one. I doubt it. You know, maybe, you know, maybe they were too trusting. Maybe they didn't think that they didn't think that a guy like him would be a target in this way. Like, he's a podcaster. You see what I'm saying? Like, hold on. Before we continue on with this news clip, let's see. Charlie Kirk podcast. And I think he had a radio station or a radio show or something like that. Did he not? So he has a podcast, which is called The Charlie Kirk Show, which is available on various platforms. Okay. We already know that he's a conservative activist. He's the co-founder of Turning Point USA. You can also find clips and discussions from his podcast on social media and on the PBS NewsHour website. So he was a podcaster. Okay. And I'm not knocking that he's a podcaster. Let me just say that. I'm not punching down. I just want to point something out. He's a podcaster. He's a YouTuber. He's a podcast podcaster. He's a YouTuber. He's a content creator. He's an influencer. The reason why I'm saying this, okay, is because all these other big time podcasters need to wake the F up. Because I feel like in a way it's like, well, I'm not an elected official. I'm not a this, I'm not a that, I'm not a this, right? I don't need that kind of security. Well, if you have a channel or a platform that has quite a visceral reaction from people, make sure you're getting the proper security. That's basically it. Because instantly, someone like himself, I'm sure, was like, man, I just do podcasts. I'm just talking on a microphone. I'm not doing anything crazy. I'm not doing anything illegal. I'm not doing anything that volatile. I'm just talking on a microphone. But now we realize more than ever now that the voice is a very powerful thing and can be kryptonite, or it can be that sword, right? That torch, depending on how you use the microphone. So again, these other big podcasters, because again, it's not like he's an elected official. Yes, he's in the political sphere, but he's not an elected official. Those that are out here that are using their voice for whatever it may be, it could be for the greater good or for not the greater good. All of them need to be careful out here. They most definitely do. Because they might have a target on their back too. Real talk. But one thing that's interesting that they said in this interview too, or in this piece, is they said that he, in person, like when you meet him, he's not this kind of guy, right? Like he's not that kind of guy. He's, on camera, he's a lot more brash and more in your face, but in person, he's just a nice guy. He's not like that, It says a lot. You also got to remember, he's making monies getting on the mic and being that personality, right? Saying what he's saying and all that. It changes people when you start making money. It can change people for real. So maybe, he doubled down even more. I don't know. But it's pretty wild. Okay. Pretty wild, this whole thing. Okay. What? What's Lash? Lash? What's Lash? Beautiful messy ball. What's Lash? I don't know what Lash is, but FBI just posted person of interest released. Stop it already. Come on. He's been you know what? I'm an idiot. Cash and FBI just posted stop. You're lying. I didn't even think of it being Cash, but Cash Patel, you're straight up lying. Hold on. Let me see. That's insane if that's true. Dear God. They've just been detaining everybody and not. Oh. So let me show you guys so you guys can see this, because I know some of y'all don't believe me unless it's seen on screen. But we got some breaking news right here. Let's take a look. So, wow, that is insane. That's insane. So at first, Cash Patel. See, Cash Patel needs to stop, man. I'm sorry. He needs to stop saying certain things. You the FBI. You are an FBI agent. You're the FBI. Listen, an hour ago, during that press conference, he came out and said the subject, for the horrific tragedy that took the life of Charlie Kirk is now in custody. This was an hour ago, guys. I want to remind you guys, an hour ago. Then we saw that press conference, and what happened? They said, wait a second. No. That person's, we're still looking for you. That's what he said. That's what the sheriff said. We're looking for you, and we're gonna find you. He did his best Liam Neeson's. Okay. He said, I have a certain set of skills. I will find you and I will kill you. You know what I mean? Liam Neeson's. All right. Taken's or Tooken, right? They denied that they had the suspect. They had a person of interest. So now Kash Patel comes back and goes, yeah, so that suspect in custody has been released after interrogation by law enforcement. So that ain't the suspect no more. What? Our investigation continues and will continue. And we will continue to release information in interest of transparency. Thank you. But that man is still at large, y'all. Say what? Listen. Suspect has been released. Person of interest has been released. So even that video that we saw, that old man, okay, with his long rifle chilling in the cut, sounds like that's not even the guy. So they detained that guy on something completely different. Now, I don't know the laws, the gun laws in Utah, but maybe the law is he's allowed to do whatever the hell. They can walk around with a long rifle and a strap to their back. I don't know the rules to the game in Utah, but it is Utah. So maybe they do. I don't know. But now they still don't have the dude. They don't have the guy at all, y'all. So this suspect, the assailant, is still at large. So hold on. There's a video of somebody who sent this to me. I forgot. Okay, beautiful messy ball just sent this to me. And it's just showing Charlie Kirk in his element. Okay, I'm going to share a little bit of it so you guys can see Charlie Kirk and how he, what he did. Basically, he's doing the whole thing. Like he's doing the whole change my mind or prove me wrong type of thizang. Okay, just so you know. This thing is terrible, guys. This is a terrible situation. This guy, I didn't agree with what he had to say, okay? But this is terrible, okay? This is terrible. Him losing his life this way is terrible. And see, again, this is the moment where people who have followings or have a certain effect on the general public need to be careful out here because people are insane. And people don't care about other people's lives nowadays. The value of life has just dwindled, which is insane. Okay. Yes, confirmed person of interest released. Steve Baker, thank you so much for that information. Thank you. And of course, beautiful messy ball. Thank you so much for that update too. But that's crazy, guys. The man, they had 2 people detained and they released both of them. So what's the real truth going on? What's really going on here? What's really going on here? Okay, let me play this real quick. Let me play this really quick. I'm checking some other updates here real quick. Okay, guys?
I got a question.
Sure. What was your name again? I'm sorry.
I don't think I told you. My name's Mercury.
Nice to meet you.
Why are you here?
Okay, I've been asked that question a lot. First of all, that question should not even have to be asked, but when people stop talking, really bad stuff starts. When marriages stop talking, divorce happens. When civilizations stop talking, civil war ensues. When you stop having a human connection with someone you disagree with, it becomes a lot easier to want to commit violence against that group. What we as a culture have to get back to is being able to have reasonable disagreement where violence is not an option.
You think that's not emotional violence?
How is this? What is emotional violence, by the way? I don't know what that is.
It is harm intentionally perpetrated on another person, another human being, that is intentionally targeted at their emotional well-being.
Okay, so feelings mean nothing to me. Isn't why we had the First Amendment to try to push our boundaries and to hear things that might make you mildly uncomfortable?
This doesn't make me mildly uncomfortable.
Does it make you very uncomfortable?
It makes me angry.
Interesting. But this is what he was known for, right? This is what he was known for, right? So again, very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. Hold on, guys. It's so weird because they don't know, they don't know where the assailant is. I mean, maybe they're gonna find this person by late tonight or something. But it is pretty strange and pretty wild to me that this is even a real thing. This is a very terrifying thought that you can just be someone who speaks on the microphone or just is known for debating people. Okay. You could be a provocateur. That's fine. But you're just talking to people to the point where you get erased in public like this. It's terrifying, guys. We really need to look at ourselves as a country and figure out how we can do better. Take a look at this. This is from CNN. Free speech groups condemn shooting. So they say free speech groups on Wednesday condemned the unaliving of Charlie Kirk. Political violence is never an acceptable response to speech. So this is coming from FIRE, which is the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression. This is what they said in a statement this afternoon, and I agree. Violence, quote unquote, has no place in our democracy. And campuses must be safe spaces for dialogue across a wide range of political views. Others urged people to continue fighting politically without violence. Veteran conservative organizer Matt Schlapp said on Newsmax and X that young people will, quote unquote, make Charlie awfully proud if you continued fighting. But also, if you fought in a way where at the end of the day, you can have a cup of coffee with someone who you disagree with and show that there's a humanity to this important endeavor that we're involved in. CBS correspondent Ed O'Keefe made a similar point during the network's live coverage. You may not have listened to Kirk, but a lot of your relatives and friends and coworkers probably did. They'll know who he is, and you should talk to them about who he was and what he did. Now, again, I agree with this, there's a lot that I agree with. Obviously, political violence is never an acceptable response to speech. I agree with that. Okay? I really do. I really, really do. Person taken into custody has been released. So, of course, I just read that to you guys before, right? Kash Patel, FBI director Kash Patel, got it wrong. And now he's saying, hey, that guy was actually a person of interest, and they let him out, right? He has been released. So this assailant, this monster, this suspect is still on the loose. Where could he be? We don't know. This is some wild, wild stuff. And this is the wildest situation we have witnessed in a very, very long time. Okay? This is a very wild situation. And all I can say is we need to find better ways to express ourselves. We need to be better, okay, as American people. And we need to start bringing back the value of human life and start cherishing that more than ever. This is a crazy situation. But of course, if there's more information that comes out, we will be talking about it. I'm going to keep an eye on this whole thing. This is just absolutely crazy, guys. Absolutely crazy. But when we get more information, I will definitely be talking about it for sure. Okay? But that is the show. I appreciate all y'all for being here. It really means a lot. Thank you so much for being here. Yeah, there was another school tragedy too in Colorado. Yeah, there's a lot to talk about, guys. So we're going to be talking about a bunch of these things here very, very shortly. So be on the lookout for all those things, okay? So please do me a favor before we head out. Very simple ask. Hit that like button down below. Crush it. Do what it do. Hit that reaction button if you're watching on other platforms. If you are watching on those other platforms like Facebook, X, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Rumble, Twitch, Kick, make sure you are subscribed, following, etc. Subscribe here on my YouTube channel, please and thank you. Go to my second channel, The Pascal Show Clips, and also my new podcast, Pascal Raw. Please go over there. Subscribe to those YouTube channels, all right? Subscribe to those. Hit that notification bell. Set it to all so you know whenever I go live, whenever I upload, because it's random. A lot of it's breaking news. Hit that join button down below. Become a member. Check out my Patreon, and of course, check out PascalMerch.com. Okay? We got some really great stuff over there. Anyway, guys, it's time to get going. If there's new updates, might be back on a lot sooner than I think. But when we get the updates, I'll let you guys know, okay? Much love to you guys. We'll talk soon. Stay safe out there. Be good to yourselves. Be good to one another. This is The Pascal Show. Bye.